You might not know it, but that dramatic book close was perfectly timed with the soundtrack. Yeah, I've known that for ages. Everyone else has to catch up. Ultrazini, what's and welcome. I was just about to say, what's the over-under on me getting through this whole stream without mentioning Ollie King? Lance, what's and welcome. That's a first. And Fred, what's and welcome. Coming in. Oh, no, that's the wrong button. Let me add your victory to the board. For how it's going, busy. But not bad busy, which is a lovely thing to be able to say. Oh, Catastros, what and welcome.
Let's look at the funk.
A million squillion years ago for a birthday, my friend Larry got me both Jet Set Radio and Jet Set Radio Future soundtracks. So alongside playing both those games almost to death, the varying versions are just burnt into my mind. They also got me the soundtrack for FLCL on Cooley. So yeah, it's a nostalgic one there. Yeah, and PVS, that's the thing. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, watching streams pushing a boulder. But the boulder must roll. Or Mental Monk, that sounds like a lovely way to spend a weekend. I'm so far disconnected from any kind of Marvel-y nonsense that the only thing Spider-Man that we've noticed is when Jess found the spider sack in Freddy's.
Oh yeah. Somebody on TikTok didn't like that.
No, because it's his spider backpack.
Like, it's just their backpack. And I'm like, okay, he's a dad.
Yeah.
Don't diminish his story as a single guy. Okay?
Imagine the boulder rolling Sisyphus up the hill. I actually do wonder when we're getting the. There's a game coming out that's kind of a comedy incremental game about, and it's called Imagine Sisyphus Happy. And Sisyphus is a live streamer, and there's a whole bunch of jokes and nonsense. And PVS, bold of you to assume who was the Spider-Man in that situation. And who was the red-headed love interest. PBS has admitted she had you hang upside down that one time. Okay, but Catastros, at what point is it okay to just job people who came round for dinner and rob them? Just saying. Anyway, Lance, I have added your victory to the boards. With me losing a week to Teeth mode, I should say Wolfcred is on 2, but Jimami, Dustin, Caffeine, and Lance, you're all at 1. So the board is wide open. Okay, so the FCC doesn't jump down my unmentionables. Welcome to today's stream, which is in fact sponsored. Our very own Too Much Abstraction has released their newest game, the Torment Hexus, and they have literally ponied up cash for us to show off this game today, which is incredibly lovely of them. Is a huge help, and also, I mean, it's a truly punk cyberpunk game, which makes it very, very easy for me to talk about. With everything happening all at once, today is going to be a lot, but in a good way. If you haven't seen it, so this is the Torment Hexus. This is what we're going to be playing today. But like, let me give you the pitch. Techno-fascist cyberpunk CEOs must die. Charge spells the match 3 grid, cast them on your enemies. Wreck some face. So yeah, we played the... Hey!
All systems nominal.
What, huh?
Nivalis, what hard indeed. Sorry, that's 94 months, which, once again, I tried to work out how many years that is, and it caused my brain to kind of divide by 0. And yeah, numbers. So this is also the same individual who did Waves of Steel, which we were sponsored to do a few years back. The incredible, queer-coded super battleship does a kickflip versus a Gundam game. Oh, and Dice, Watto, and welcome. Sorry, so Nivalis, seriously, thank you. I just, you know, we're doing a sponsored stream. I don't want you all to think I'm trying to sneak a fast one through. There's also so much to talk about.
What ho? Oh look, it's the Torment Hexus from the classic sci-fi story. Don't pre-order the Torment Hexus.
Right? Sadly, the time and cash wasn't available, but okay, money and time, no problem. What I wanted to do for the Torment Hexus was I wanted to do a live-action trailer for it. Not too dissimilar from how, like, Home Safety Hotline and stuff do their things. But I wanted to play a marketing dickhead who's trying to pitch them like the movie adaptation of the Torment Hexus. And I was just going to do it like over the top, ridiculous, like, I've got a great idea for you! Like Barry Scott on cocaine. And then have just it end with, it's called Don't Make the Torment Hexus, you fucking moron! But I don't know if you know this, making live action trailers, very time consuming and expensive. Shocking, I know. Yeah, Legend, thank you kindly. I am very much looking forward to when we can do a Blueprints and Wine and Cheese night, because I got so much I want to talk about. Oh, and Nova, heckin' thank you. Ray says should have made it an animated version. Those are cheap and quick to make. So affordable. It's actually one of my few professional regrets, is I've never got to do like an animated thematics trailer. Like, I still think that the Dead Cells animated trailer is one of the greats of all time. Like, it's perfect. And honestly, I'm not going to talk about it for too much, but the Battleborn animated opening, which was also their trailer. Bismarck, I think you might be time traveling. Actually, to that point, Bismarck, have you got your time travel phrase prepared? Raid says, to play a marketing dickhead. I can be so much worse. Anyway, how are you all doing? What? Oh, and welcome! Game news is non-dramatic, kind of fascinating, with a little bit of delicious schadenfreude. With Gamescom next week, followed by PAX, everybody games industry side is turning all their dials up to 11. This morning has been very busy.
The most important part of
Pun says, my time travel phrase is, where's the beef?
Now let's listen
Okay.
to the music and identify the beats.
But that was too soft.
And Dice, it's just having the time and the cash to be able to do it, you know? One thing I do appreciate about watching Glitch's rise to fame is how they've been able to create, like, affordable like 3D animation stuff. Like, the list of videos I wish to make for Will actually grows by the day. And one of them I really do want to do a video about Dominator. The project that a long since past friend of mine put together. And how, like, back in the day, when you didn't have access to, like, the same suite of, like, 3D and animation tools, like, he was just doing it. There's an alternate dimension where eventually he would have been able to, like, actually put together a 3D animation house. I think about that. And because it's nice to see groups like Glitch able to do that. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Watto and welcome. We got a sponsored stream and a bloody good game. But there's also a ton of games that have come out. I got to do some other sponsored work over the weekend, which was fucking brilliant. So if I look haggard as shit, well, actually, it's not too bad. I got everything work-wise done on Sunday, so Jess and I could spend yesterday just playing video games. It was lovely. I was a problem. Not for, well, I mean, maybe a little for you. I was going to say, I was a problem for other people as Venom. Aside from that, I'm back on Hard Space Shipbreakers, which runs very well on the Steam Deck, but holding it for too long is a little painful. Because you have to use the old PlayStation claw grab, so my poor little pinkies are holding the whole Steam Deck for like 4 hours. I'm making headway in reading Chuck Tingle's Bury Your Gaze, which... Okay, I've got to put my hand up and say, I haven't actually read any of Chuck Tingle's, like, comedy smut. Obviously, I'm aware of them. You know, I got pounded in the butt by my own butt, a time travel adventure. And, I don't know, pick whichever hilariously topical title. Oh, okay, so numbers. Congratulations on being part of the lucky 10,000 on this one. So, Chuck Tingle is known online famously for writing parody smut novels about, like, ridiculous concepts and current affairs. Let me give you a few. So, like, here's a banger. Absolutely no thoughts of pounding during my fun day with this kind T-Rex because I'm aromantic and asexual, and that's wonderfully valid. And that's a wonderfully valid way to prove that love is real. Love is Real by Chuck Tingle. That is a real book that you could buy right now. Here's another one. Not pounded because my soul-crushing job... Sorry, not pounded by my soul-crushing job because I quit by Chuck Tingle. He was the first one to kind of get on the J.K. Rowling fucking sucks train. With the brilliant trans wizard Harriet Pogba and the bad boy Platosaurus, an adult romance novel. There are also several tabletop role-playing books set in the Tingleverse. And yeah, no, so Chuck Tingle's been banging these out for ages, but has also done some incredibly good, just standalone books. I forget what the first of his proper books was. Was it, it was like Camp Slasher or something? Chuck Tingle's horror books. Oh, Camp Damascus. Camp Damascus is a proper horror novel by Chuck Tingle. He's also written, and I quote, "Scary stories to tingle your butt, 7 tales of gay terror." the book that he's written that I'm reading at the moment is called Bury Your Gaze, and it's a slasher horror, predominantly based. The initial pitch being about how Hollywood will always kill off queer characters rather than let them be gay. We're following, shockingly, a writer who has been told to do just that. He's been writing a queer-coded series for years, and now the grand finale is coming up. He's being told to kill off both the characters or flip them straight. Oh, and Shitaru, thank you for the pint glass. And it's incredibly good. Anyway, yeah, I'm like happy that I can be the person to introduce some of you to Chuck Tingle. Also, and I quote, little has been confirmed about Tingle's actual identity beyond the fact that Chuck Tingle is a pseudonym. The photo on his website is a stock picture. He presents himself as a Taekwondo Grandmaster and was born in the Home of Truth, Utah. A ghost town established in 1933 that was abandoned in 1977. He has a PhD in holistic massage from DeVry University. So yeah. Oh, Bismarck says apparently he rose to prominence through a troll attempt where people recommended his book to a book contest and they accepted it. Huh. Oh yes, Hoffers as well. Chuck Tingle never breaks character, ever. There was going to be a Chuck Tingle video game, but it stalled out in development hell.
I don't understand what's going on here.
So yeah, that's as interesting and as exciting as I've been. Okay. Okay, there we go. But yes, that's as interesting as I've been since last I saw you all. I'm thoroughly enjoying being the Venom that pushes the bus in Marvel Rivals and or a complete fucking menace. It's just, there's something about being able to drop on people like a stone and have them die.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm in the back line getting jumped on.
Look, I'm not supposed to be handling those like rogue DPS. I know where I'm supposed to be. I broke Star-Lord. I'm broken. He deserved it. Chris Pratt, mother. Bad word. So yes, how have you all been? What have you been playing? Tell me your tales. You don't need me to tell you about Hard Space Shipbreakers. You all know it. It's brilliant. Oh, but the other thing I did, I don't know if the video has gone up yet. Oh. I'm using it as the dev stream, maybe? Oh, yes! So, friends, my other little bit of mischief, if you head on over to Steam, they currently have my little face playing through the early access build of Entropy, which ended up taking so long. It did eat our Sunday, but it was fucking good. What the? Oh god. Sorry, for some reason the game, the soundtrack looped on itself and it was playing twice. Lost my little marbles there. So yeah, the lovely folks at DreadXP and lovely Hellplace asked me to dive onto Entropy, and it's really fucking good. I finally made it out the same content as from the demo. I end up spending probably 20 minutes talking to this one character because they're fucking fascinating. And I made it to one of the main cities. I still don't know how to explain Entropy to people. It's a warband game, but it's also the best not Final Fantasy sequel from the PS1 era. Oh, Bismarck. That sounds like a lovely weekend. Oh, so Holy Boss says I got them into Iron Nest. I'm not sorry. They learned the hard way what the asterisk on the map means. Oh, I'm glad we learned that. Oh shit! And Numbers went to a big old TCG con this weekend. That's where the Tepics were from. Well, heckin' thank you. I'd like Numbers. That's a lovely gift. I look forward to being able to put it up pride of place over here, where I've got my 3 favourite Tepic cards. The little family trilogy. I might get some of the little the card mounts. Yeah. Well, honestly, Numbers, we're not going to have a free moment for quite some time. So this week is Rant. Not in a bad way. Next week is Gamescom. The week after that is PAX. Then the week after that is the Hawking Spectacular, which I hope you'll all come down for. I haven't yet confirmed which other stream teams will be joining us, but we might have multiple Dans. We might have a multi-Dan scenario. So yeah. I mean, you and I have to claw what time we can together. It is a chronological challenge. Hoffers went to a meetup in Boston called Game Loop this weekend. A bunch of devs chatting about industry topics. Lovely. Lovely. I was actually looking at Slice before I got started. The Seattle Indies... kind of like... The Seattle Indies, micro GDC thing they do. Tickets are hella expensive. Well, okay, expensive in my world. Probably dirt cheap if you're cool though. They're like $200 a head, or 150 with a code, 70 if you're unemployed. But I was looking at it because it was like, man, I haven't gotten to talk shop outside of stream in over a year. It's not going to happen, but I was just kind of looking at it, you know. Ooh, Catastrophe, I like the Dananing. I was trying to think of like a Draenor, Danor kind of pun, but I got nothing. So yeah. As for video game news... Okay, as for video game news. There's plenty to natter on. Okay, that sure is a lot of words. Obviously... Oh, the Dan's Macabre. Fuck, that's good. Alright, Legend. I gotta save that one for like a horror night. Obviously, the incredibly important game news from today is that, yes, you can get Krispy Kreme Pokemon Donuts, and they're good. We do not have access to a Krispy Kreme in Easy, so... There's one on Aurora. We could walk. It's about equidistance, but the other way up the Aurora from, like, Gunatuckaba. So it's not impossible. The thing is, like, I love the design of it, but, like, I could eat maybe one, maybe two of those before I'm sugared out. Yeah.
Why did the alternate universe Spider-Man do so well on his driving test?
I don't know.
He was a great parallel parker.
Thank you for the bits. That was a terrible joke. How are you doing? Down Under Dwarf, what? Oh, and welcome. Well, again, numbers. It's just time is the factor as well, because I didn't even pick up the Bandai Namco Creator Kit from the PO box because I realized everything happens too much. But as for actual game news, the Bethesda Union have been documenting just how worse things have gotten under the heel of Microsoft. The team who have been yoked from Rockstar are saying, hey, I hate this track. Let's get in here. Alright, you know what? Emotional support. There we go. Yes, the folks who got fired for trying to start a union in Rockstar, allegedly, are saying, don't boycott Grand Theft Auto 6, but please buy our merch so we can afford to pay a lawyer. Which is smart. One, because attempting to boycott Grand Theft Auto 6 would be like, you know, pissing in the ocean to stop it. But also because, like, they don't want to see the game fail. Yes, Darkest Dungeon, the first one, got brand new DLC, which is rad. It is interesting that they have come to realize that Darkest Dungeon 1 still has so much value to it. Oh, Dwarf got a copy of the book about the art and making of Control. Fascinating. I think at this point, I'd like that for myself for Alan Wake 2, because when we started kind of like deep diving all the references and stuff like it, the fact that Zane's filmography is based on bizarre and completely unknown Icelandic independent cinema, I thought was fucking cool. But I'd be fascinated to know more about Control. But no, that sounds way cool. For a lovely little bit of news, but a recent report has concluded that no one's buying AI-generated 3D assets anyway. Now, I know that doesn't seem like a big deal. Like, we know that shit sucks. We've been kicking it in the teeth for a lot longer than everybody else who's jumped on our little bandwagon. But it's an important little data point, because the last time I got to go to GDC, that was one of the big selling points of generative AI. You'd think it would be like the writing stuff, and there was some of that like world generation shit, but I think people had already said they don't wanna. Also, like, okay, shout out to all the, you know, DMs and tabletop folks. What is the most fun part of running a campaign is coming up with the world. Before the players fuck it up, before you have to actually, like, stack characters and write things and come up with plans. Just creating, just soaking in that whole thing of you get to make a world, and it's yours. It's fucking brilliant. Why would you want to pay someone to have a computer vomit out like a regurgitation? Like, I mean, okay, I know why, because, you know, C-Suite want to cut out all of their creatives, but, like, fuck off. Anyway, last time I was at GDC, the big selling point was this thing of, like, you'll take an image and you'll feed it into the, you know, the slot machine, and it will spit out a 3D asset that you can just use. Now, obviously, it can't do that. And even the basic examples where you just type in a prompt and it would give you a 3D model, they were so bad and woefully optimized, they would kill your project. And it was evident, even on the show floor, even with the perfect conditions type shite. Well, and Hoffers, there's also that, like, if you were okay with slop, you just generate it yourself. Why pay a third person? Why pay a third party? You know, if you're already garbage at art, and admitting you are. Oh.
Come down to the Nug Me Diner. Get chicken nug, potato nug, and the limited edition nug nug. Choke on a nug now.
I wondered where you were going with that one, Akari. That's horrifying. Thank you for the bits. How are you doing, friend? Come on in, come on in. Water and milk! But yeah, it's very, very funny because a lot of these 3D assets have caused people to be a lot more wary of buying assets on marketplaces where they're available. And it's very funny. It's very funny. Anyway, just like I did see an interesting point about it earlier that someone was saying that, you know, the bubble hasn't popped because there was no bubble. And I was like, you know what, that is an interesting point, right? I guess the people hosting servers, oh, Nova says hi. The people like hosting server farms and whatnot, probably making a buck. But so like in crypto, there was a moment when, you know, Bitcoin was making bank for a handful of folks, and you know the famous like Dogecoin flip where it went from being a joke to being like, okay, I shouldn't say profitable, but it did make some people money. You know, I think a good example is the .com bubble. Loads of people got super rich off of that, but it was only a thing you could do for a short time. You know, during those early pre-Google internet, you know, URLs are important kind of days. Hell, I read a fascinating thing about a rancid dickhole of a human who's one of the people trying to push collectibles like anime merch, Pokemon cards, etc. as a new form of speculative investment. How he made his money during the .com bubble by buying up all the slightly misspelt versions of popular websites. And yes, Bismarck, that's a good point. Crypto is not profitable. Crypto is always reliant on someone getting scammed. But that's a whole other kettle of monkeys. But the .com bubble is a great example because it was profitable for a few people, but it came and it went. It was a bubble, it popped. Okay. AI never actually had a bubble because it's all been speculative. There's never been a part of generative AI that's made bank. Even if we just look at the technology in its use and application, it's very expensive. It is an expensive machine that can be used for massive operations at scale to automate some tasks. You know, when it comes to sifting through squillions of lines of data, it can be useful. But yes, at no point has this stuff been profitable, and it's always been the emperor has never had clothes on, and I find that fascinating to think about. And also, one thing I did want to say while we're just on the subject very briefly, when this dies, one, we get to celebrate and it's going to be bloody funny. We're never going to have like a gotcha moment like we did with... Well, we're never going to have a gotcha moment. You know, just same with like NFTs in games. There was never a moment where everyone just went, ah, fuck. It just... The investment world will try and bury their deaths. Fair. Whatever. We were right. You know, when AI goes, when it is finally gone, I am looking forward to not having something to be mad about. You know, the next grift's going to be back to gambling until, or if that stuff starts creeping into, you know, video games, the game industry type stuff, then, you know, I'm not going to be merciful in the slightest. But I'm looking forward to not being mad about shit. And I guess so. Dan and Dwarf just saying that Nvidia's making bank because they're selling GPUs. Yeah. It will be very funny because if they have spooled up production to match the fake demand for a fake product, what will happen when there's no longer demand? Well, I guess, Nova, what's important is I just wanted to restate that I'm not going to be looking for things to be mad about. You know, the reason why I've been so vehemently hating generative bullshit is because it has directly impacted the jobs of my, you know, friends and loved ones. it has fucked over the industry that I deeply care about, that I am, you know, even tangentially a part of, you know. But I know some folks whose whole stream slash YouTube slash whatever is based around on just hating shit. I don't want to be that guy. I want to love stuff. I want to get fucking keen about shit. Yeah, exactly. See, Vershi and Watto and welcome. Nova is correct. Hitting Shadowheart at the beginning of your Baldur's Gate 3 campaign with a truck-sized fireball, that's not hating on something. That's a warming joy. Because you know who wouldn't get taken out by a fireball? Karlach. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
What?
Karlach wouldn't get taken out by a fireball. Exactly. Yes, Down Under Dwarf. It's just the adrenaline from hating on stuff is seductive. And loving things, supporting things, celebrating the joy in things is significantly harder. You know, I can't wait for people looking back, especially on this year, and being like, wait a second, the world sucked, but video games were fucking awesome. Like I said, alongside, you know, Torment Hexus, which we're being sponsored to show off today, alongside Entropy, which I was sponsored to make a video for, which is, let me tell you, I love getting to do sponsored stuff. You know, if we go over to the Releaseotron on the jumbo screen, while it's having a hard time, also the amount of different press emails I got for Last Pirates Die Together, I had three different agencies email me about the same game. Yeah, so hopefully it does well. But this is a chaos co-op Muppet pirate game where your goal is to try and steal the booty. You are the last pirates stealing booty. Specifically, these little like sculpted butts. You know, this whole thing where we've gotten this just... Oh, sorry, it's your friend's booty, which they can lose. That we've gotten this whole, like, cacophony of just fun. And as I said, Entropy and Torment Hexus dropping today, both in early access. We've got a sequel to The Sinking City, which... The Sinking City went through such a fucking hell of a development nightmare to see it come back. Yeah, well, so genres, I think Repo is still the game that should be studied, because like Lethal Company came out and did the kind of numbers that change the industry. Repo was Lethal Company with Muppets, and it did phenomenally well. Like, when you think about how well Vampire Survivors did, and how many post-Vampire Survivors games also did well, compare that to the... Like, Repo wasn't the first in its space, and it was moving into it. Vanderbeest, no, you didn't hear you didn't hear Sculpted Butts. No, that was in your mind. I'll do it in a sec. And Vershi's correct, it should have been called the Sinking City. For those who don't know, like, the Sinking City went through a hellish development, and then there was a battle between the creators and the publisher. God, now I don't remember what Project Deep Web Eternal Nightmare was. A desktop adventure game about exploring the deep internet. Please don't be AI. Please don't be AI. Fuck! Well, until you remove them, I'm removing you from my fucking wishlist. God damn it! Okay, but this is Gutted Infested Crypts. And this is peak, like, big box schlock meets kind of like modern horror stuff. Evil Geek, Watto, and welcome. Like, I know this isn't everybody's jam, but, and on the subject of jam, like, if we bring it back, the fact that an indie team, check out the weapon and the viscera effects. The fact that an indie team can do this, that as they get closer, the splash pack from the gore gets on the character's hands and weapons in real time. Like, that's fucking cool. Like, I don't know, this reminds me of, like, Clive Barker's Undying. This reminds me of, weirdly, like, Painkiller and stuff like that. Like, this feels like a big box PC game that I would have bought knowing nothing about it. Purge the slop and squat till you can't stop. 2026, everybody. But yeah, that's by Slamaway Games. It's completely self-published. Oh! Evil Geek has chicks? Oh. I mean, please feel free to throw posters in general. Okay, look at these two weird bangers. Now, this is a deliver minerals, earn tokens, and meet deadlines. This is a diegetic UI mining game with these bizarre, like, punk-cranked contraptions. Drive your vehicle between different locations, acquire materials, sell them at a profit. Now, I don't know if this has anything more to it, like with Horror Pallant, but even if this is just the game, you know, it's an incremental game where you get to drive the cool train. Let's fucking go! Just waiting to see if anybody else adds to Vanderbeasts. We have The Lantern of the Laughless Saint. Now, this one's a little rough around the edges, but this is an indie team that just went, what if we made our own Morrowind? Open world, Morrowind-style leveling system. And also, I love the idea that you're kind of stranded on this island, and there's this huge, like, ziggurat in the center that you have to get to. Like, when I first saw the initial release of this, it looked a little rough around the edges, and I don't like heavily streaming a game until it's ready to be shown. But, you know, a lot of this is just going to show that, you know, we didn't really want higher, perfecter, betterer fidelity in games. We just wanted more stuff to do. Like, I'm not saying that Morrowind was perfect. It was rough, but it was fun, and it was weird. You know. Sorry, as I said, I did the video on Entropy, and I talked a lot about Morrowind while I was doing that. Yeah. I do think, Legend, it's going to be interesting to do a breakdown in the coming months of, like, what parts of Fidelity that users do enjoy. Because I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know, dynamic lighting effects, and, you know, like reactive, like that reactive gore system and stuff like that, people seem to be fine with. People love. But people do not care about polygon counts. They don't care if you can count the pixels on a character's face, you know what I mean? I think that's kind of fascinating. Honestly, if well, I don't know if UE5 will ever do it, but if anyone can get down pat a procedural animation system... Oh, sorry. Also, there's co-op in this. I probably should have led with that one. It's co-op Morrowind indie. Now, by the looks of things, this is doing okay. It's, you know, it's at 350 reviews, which is really good for a first time, like, self-published... Oh, not first time. They also did The Holy Fool. Oh, wait, no, The Holy Fool's upcoming. Alright. Well, anyway. this team doesn't have a game on Steam prior, so they don't have like they don't have an existing fan base. But that's doing great. Feed It looks wonderfully weird, and some of you might remember. Let me do my. We played the prologue of this game, Tukoni, Forest Keepers. We played the prologue of this ages back. Well, the first full game in the series is out, and just look at how beautiful this is. It makes me smile that we now just get this in mainstream gaming. You know, occasionally you get stuff like this, maybe on a Newgrounds experimental type thing, but like this is a commercial product that you can buy on Steam, one of the biggest platforms to buy games ever. Akari says I only have 12 pixels in my character's face. Okay. Oh, so Akari, unfortunately I saw it on TikTok. I've seen some really interesting techniques that people have been doing in GB Studio for animations. Rather than doing the 3 frames Pokemon, Pokemon has 3 frames of animation for walking. You have like standing still, left, and then a mirrored right to give it that. That's why they kind of do that walk bounce. I saw one where they separated the head, body, and arms to give it this like stretch and bounce. It's really cool. Let's see if I can find that again. People are doing some wild shit with GB Studio. Okay. I just wanted to get as many squats in as once rather than have to get up and sit down. But last but by no means least, Bloodletter is properly out. A grim medieval deck builder. Now again, while I haven't talked about this game directly, this is another kind of example of like, if you're going to do it, you've got to do it wild. Now this isn't quite as wild as The Killing Stone, but the art style is fascinating. And I really dig these kind of, I don't know, they're like medieval tableau tarot cards. Looks fucking cool. So yeah, I realized while I was kind of thinking about it last night is I've kind of fallen into a pattern at the beginning of streams on the daily. We talk, we say hello. You lot are either terrors or not. We talk about the game news, and then I go over my wish list, and I usually end by saying, like, you know, and games are awesome. But I really haven't seen anyone else talking about just how many fucking good games are coming out every day now. I've seen loads of people in the industry talk about it like it's a negative, like, oh, discoverability is so bad. And it's like, oh, it's never been busier in the marketplace. There have never been more people selling incredible games at once. You know, the irony being is that, you know, the slot got shot. People don't like it, you know. I would say that there are some exceptions to... There's a lot of the simulator games that get a lot of coverage from YouTubers and things like that. And the simulator space has been mostly ignored by large or even small publishers. Like, think about it. Quarantine Zone, which Devolver published, is one of the few that I can think of that hits that whole slew of games with any kind of seriousness. And Akari, that's way cool. I haven't actually, like, I did a dev stream on GB Studio, but I don't know. I can talk and build a Gundam. I can't talk and make a game at the same time. Most of the game devs I know who do dev streams, they usually do the boring tasks while they're streaming, and then the more exciting creative stuff they tend to do in their downtime. I should say downtime, in their not stream time. But it's fascinating to me that while there are some games that use generated slot, for the most part, the bang-out successes we're seeing are not coming from that space. And the simulator space, they only work because they're so cheap and quickly made, predominantly with, store-bought assets, which is fine. If your whole goal is to make something cheaply and quickly, you do not want generated assets because you don't know how they're going to tank your shit. Although, that was one little bit of drama from the weekend. The creator of Stonks 3000 or whatever it's called got their shit pulled from PlayStation because apparently Sony is finally doing this crackdown on AI slot games, and they've been revoking access. Apparently, the way it had come to work, it's been so long since I've had to deal with anything dev side PlayStation, is that it wasn't that PlayStation was approving games, they were approving developers. And so a developer would get approved by Sony and then just vomit out like 100 AI generated games. Whilst you were snoozing, I saw one particularly awful one that was, what if Exit 8 but toilets?
Yeah, it's all good.
And it was bad. I know, shocking. Well, the fact that if you win, it just starts you back at the beginning anyway.
Well, maybe it doesn't.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe it doesn't. Oh, it's fine. Sorry, it's Jess's Friday night, so. Okay. As none of you have any more squats to chuck in, let me get mine in. But anyway, look. My intent is not to become formulaic. I don't see this like a chat show where you have like, and now, let's go to our sponsors. It is fucking good to be sponsored because I like eating and continuing to do this. But I only really work with sponsor stuff that I want to, But anyway, it was just my point of like, it is not that I've gotten into the habit. It's not that I've intentionally spent all my time. Nondescript gremlin noises from the background. It's not that I spend all my time just being like, video games are so great, let's go to the games are great corner. It's more just like, they really fucking are right now. Oh, you're making yourself a little gremlin nest. Alright. So anyway, let me get my squats in.
Today's sponsor is food.
Food. Yeah. Okay, well, so I should say, just because I'm happy to talk to you lot all about all the behind the scenes stuff, is that like, I do not make my homies sponsor stream stuff.
Yes, he does.
No, I don't.
Yes, he does.
No, don't joke about that.
Yes,
I don't make people sponsor stuff. What I do say is that I try and pick a slew of games that you'll will be interested in watching. So we would have streamed the Torment Hexus at some point. It just might not have been today. I'm always like, look, if you want me to stream it at a specific time on a specific day, then we're going to talk like sponsor stuff. And what was wild is that there was more than one game that wanted to be in today's slot. So shout out to our Torment Hexus homie for basically being first in the queue. So any of you who are working on games and whatnot, you do not have to chuck cash at me to get me to cover your game. It's just if you need it at a specific time, in a specific slot or what have you, Gremlin noise. Right, let me get my squats in. And then, friends, I think it's time to start showing off some fucking game. J-Post, thank you kindly for the bits, alright? I'm going to read this from Dustin because it's very good. Why does Jess look like the doll from Bloodborne on a working from home week?
That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. It's great.
Because, based on Maria, the best character in Bloodborne. Possibly one of the few good characters.
Yeah, but her existence is... I mean, like, that whole...
Oh, Gurman's whole thing is creepy as fuck.
He's a creep.
Gurman's a creeper.
He's a creep.
He couldn't get with Maria, so he had them build a sentient doll of her The only thing that amuses me greatly is I think that's why he's paralyzed from the waist down. That was like the monkey's paw. I vote Jess be your sponsorship agent. Screeching at people until they give the long ship money. I mean, ultimately, friends, sponsor cash just helps keep the whole thing going, and it's nice to have a guaranteed little like, please sir, can I have some more? But also, I get so tired of watching a video and they're like, thanks to our sponsors, and then they read out like a Genshin Impact pitch, and I'm like, cool. I hope they paid you well for your soul. Whereas today, we're playing a fucking proper punk cyberpunk game. Like, let's fucking go. Alright, Vershi, I've been telling Jess to write Red Bull for ages. Because, one, getting a Red Bull fridge that Jess could actually drink the Red Bulls out of would save us a lot of money. But also, they're great.
What happened?
Oh no, Vershi was saying that's how we should get you a Red Bull sponsorship. And I'm like, I've been trying.
They used to like my Instagram stories, but they never wanted to give me a fridge.
Yeah.
What else?
Oh, that's worse. Chonris says that they think that the doll was something he made, and the hunter's dream possessed it. So the hunter's dream made it move.
I thought that was the point.
I thought that it was the dream was. I thought he was given it in the dream.
No. He made it. That's the thing. Like,
Ew!
hello, did you not go to the old workshop?
I saw the weapon stuff. I didn't see the
You
doll.
have to go through and you go through the old work. That's how you get the whole lore. Like, he made the doll based on her. That's the creepy part.
Yeah, that I remember.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. Sorry,
What?
brain scrambles.
Yeah,
Yes.
what?
I have so much game lore in my fucking brain.
That's why it's creepy.
Yeah. Kakazi, Will, I don't feel great about getting sponsor money from my dev homies. Look, it's a bad business practice on my part, but, I'm just honest with people. Like, I ask them what they've got budget-wise, I ask them what they need. I will do as much for as little as possible. Because, I know what it's like, I know it's like having to deal with content creators. Because you'll forget. Back when I was at CA, it was my job to deal with all the YouTube crowd and the streaming crowd. But also, I need to fix my teeth. I'm trying to write to the shark dentist people and basically say, hey, I need to raise money to fix my people teeth and I'm terrified of sharks. Can I have an early build, please? And Nullark, I like Red Bull. I just can't drink it. Because, I can't drink it on the regs. Okay, I've got 10 of these to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh yeah, and Aeon, I'm sorry about your ankle, friend. Like, damn. It's good to have you back. We missed you. I hope traveling was good, but... Oh, it's the knee. Sorry, my apologies. Oh, now you'll start throwing them in. I was fucking sitting there waiting for them to throw in. Now you're throwing in. Okay. Okay. Oh, Aeon had to return the car without a connected hamstring. Ow. That's brutal. Oh, sorry. Okay, so now I've got 20 to do. All right.
Take that. That's what you get.
Breaking news, gingerbeard man forced to do squats at the will of streamers. Fishes flop happily as revenge for lost business companion.
Business fish is right here.
What?
He's right here.
What's wrong with business fish?
Okay. Ooh. Number saying mate theirs once had to drive to the hospital with a nail through their foot. The driving foot. Oh.
Gross.
Yeah. I once put a sword through my leg, but I can't drive, so.
I had a toothpick stuck in my foot.
Oh.
I never got it out. This when I was a kid, my parents couldn't get it out, so we just cut the end of it and just stayed in it. I just walked around like that until it stopped hurting.
Is it still in there?
I mean, unless my body ate it, I don't know. It might still be in there. Mrs. Frizzle is in there somewhere, like, wow, kids, look at this shit!
What the fuck? How has business been for Business Fish? Well, he's no longer managing the Mount Holly account, so he's got a lot more time in his hands. We finished Blueprints last week. Well, finished is a question and a half, but I can't get into that. Has it gone swimmingly? Nah. All right. 20 more squats. Let's go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. There we go. Anyway, there we go. So yeah, if you all ever want to know anything about fuck, just put them in or don't. Fuck.
Wait, what did you say? If they ever want to know anything about what? You did this to you. It's your fault.
Fuck's sake. Apparently so. Alright, so 15 more. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay. Okay.
Yay!
All right. So what I was trying to fucking say. I'm always happy to talk about sponsorship stuff. I'm always happy to talk about behind the scenes stuff. For those of you that kept a Game Club subscription going, I want to point out that we are now officially at $35. Yeah. Woo! Just want to fucking talk about shit. Ah!
We just get him out of the way.
Well, that's what I was waiting for. And everyone's like, no, we're going to wait till he sits down.
That's
We're going
the
to wait till he
point.
starts. Ah!
That's the meme of it.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
Well, you didn't like it. Now get to squatting, weather boy.
Where are your parents? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay.
Is that 5 more?
Yeah, that was the 5 more after I sat it down again.
Well, no, did it? Was that some numbers?
I'm
5?
gonna smash a cup into my own face.
Such a beautiful day.
She was born when a Flint and a Tinder really loved each other. You just get him out of the way now. You don't have to do the rest of the street.
That's the thing, though. It's not getting around the way. Okay.
Be thankful I'm poor. I can't afford squats.
No, I like talking to people. I can't talk and squat.
We're gonna have hours of talking. You'll be fine.
No, so I've got to. Oops. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, there we go. Okay.
A settlement needs your help. Okay, but that is exactly what that stupid message made me think every time you pop up. A
Yes.
settlement needs your help. I'm like, I am busy.
I am in the middle of many, many things.
Wow, you didn't seem like you cared for typing.
I was giving you credit. Okay, 5 more. I will also say, I didn't realise for a while just how much stuff I'd stored up in Fallout 4. So when I finally started doing those, I didn't realise once you connect the settlements, you can use your resources to build shit. So every one of my settlements had a Christmas tree of murder in the centre of it with 6 laser turrets. I didn't get any messages anymore. He didn't come to me and say a settlement needs help. Those settlements have never been safer.
Meanwhile, he actually comes back and the enemies come up like, yeah, actually this enemy needs your help. Kind of.
Yeah, they're super broken. Like... Squat job. You can't say that. You can't say that on the internet. It was odd enough. All right. It's 5.
What number is that now?
I don't know. Okay.
Oh, it's out of stock.
Thank God.
And the last one.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay.
You did it!
Woo!
Yay!
Woo!
So tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow's my birthday, so I expect there will be probably bloody all of them. Yeah, and Catastros, sorry I didn't manage to get to game before you had to pop on off, but have a lovely rest of your evening. It's always fucking good to see you, friend. And tomorrow will be a normal day with nothing going on. At all. Okay. Ah, my prize. I like talking to you lot. What can I say? Huh, that's weird. Did you ever play Super Animal Royale while that was doing the rounds?
No, I didn't like to play it because everybody. Yeah.
Would you like to?
Wait. Isn't Super Animal Royale the one that was pushy? Weren't they just in shit?
Were they?
Were there the AI games?
Alright, I'll have a look into it. Anyway, it's time for our main event. So, once again, friends, we have been sponsored to show off the Torment Hexus today. I would love to joke and say I promise to spend the sponsorship money on irresponsible things. They will just be going to staying alive. Anything left over will be in the Keep Will's Gob fixed fund. But yeah, thank you for chucking cash at us so we can show off a game that I already thought was fucking cool. Okie dokie. Everything's alright. Just make sure everything is together. Oh, I need to tell people on a blue sky. Oh, what was the year?
Well, that was Party Animals. Is that a different game?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of. We're good.
Okay, cool.
Oof.
So I will give it a check in a sec.
Yeah, we're still double check. I think it was a completely different game.
Okay, just letting the world know what we're up to. Did I hear about Mega Man X Regenesis? No. I did see that people were posting about the Metroid, was it Metroid Prime demake? Because that's always such a good idea to post and repost about Nintendo products. Okey-dokey. Okey-dokey. So someone did a fan remake of Mega Man X, the new storyline and bosses. Huh. I mean, Capcom are pretty chill when it comes to Mega Man stuff, unless the things in question end up doing really, really well. And then they get extremely grumpy. Okay. So, friends, I have posted on those Blue Skies. For those of you who are Blue Sky inclined, I know I don't usually ask this, but if you wouldn't mind giving that one a kick and a punt, I would really appreciate it. Because I really want to show... Okay, the thing that I wanted to say is it is lovely that we get sponsors to do this. It's going to help out so much. You all don't even know. Actually, no, you lot are the squad that does know how much is going to fucking help. But already, I love this game. Sorry, actually, no, that sounds contrite. That sounds like I'm just being a... For as long as I've been into cyberpunk stuff, I've had to deal with media that does not fucking get it. Like, how many of y'all read Snow Crash? And how many of y'all have had to hear people talk about Snow Crash as if it is a dead serious novel and not a satirical parody. I mean, the main guy's name is literally hero protagonist. Now, as a satire, does it talk about, like, the horrors of a cyberpunk future and late-stage capitalism? Yeah. Hell, the opening skit is basically a world in which pizza delivery is now so automated and held to such a standard that, pizza delivery drivers have to be these insane super rally car specialists. Yes, Gundam Wing's protagonist is named Hero as well. Gundam Wing, the famously subtle animation show about melodrama and giant robots. Oh, Nova says it's a book in Tiny Bookshop, and they mentioned the irony of the character. Hoffer says closest thing for them is reading Dune, and people not getting that Paul is the baddie. Yeah. The bit where his missus realizes that, oh shit, he's the baddie. It's alright, he has a worm kid. He'll fix it. To Jet Set, I know what I'm about. Oh, no. So, Jonas, the hero in the show Heroes, I do not think was satire. I think the writer's strike took a lot from them. Oh, yes. You know what? I'll forgive that one. Just, sorry, if you've never read the Dune books, basically, AI is bad, is the kind of the backstory to it. The reason why they have people who drink super coffee and can do impossible calculations in their head thanks to it is because thinking computers are outlawed the galaxy wide. Yeah, no. There's lots of different parts of media that I think people can miss. And I'm not going to sit here... I really don't like it when folks in our kind of circles go like, oh, the youth of today have no art literacy. Well, no, a lot of it is more hidden than we would like to think. There are loads of people who don't know that Starship Troopers is based on a novel, and the novel is unironically pro-fascist. And that Verhoeven's idea for the movie was to subvert it by showing it at its absolute, functioning machine. It doesn't have a happy ending. The characters that we follow don't grow and do better. They actually do incredibly worse. At the beginning, old Johnny Rico is supposed to be, he's free thinking. He's trying to avoid. He's trying not to fall into the war machine, but his parents get squished by a meteor, and he becomes literally the poster child of war. His best mate in school becomes a fucking psychic Gestapo agent. Martin, I'm doing my best. Cyberpunk is kind of interesting because it didn't have the spark under it that most people equate to it. And Scar in Alaska, thank you for gifting us up to Jet Set. See, Cyberpunk was initially just William Gibson, and the pitch is very simple. High-tech, low-life. The future is bad, and here's where it looks bad. The punk part of it coming very much from, rebelling against that society. And the Sprawl trilogy influenced a lot of stuff, and especially during the 80s, it was like a creative explosion, but then it kind of stalled out. Cyberpunk became mentioned and conversed, but really kind of ignored. I would say personally, my personal theory is that Johnny Mnemonic not making bank kind of is what stalled it out. But, it is... The one thing I like to remind people is that the Cyberpunk 2077... Cyberpunk, the original, tabletop system was not the successful one. Shadowrun was the successful one. But that's another story. Since then, we've had multiple attempts, and we've had things kind of moving into those. Like, hey, Shitaru, thank you. Setting up for a splash. We've had loads of things move into that space, but a lot of them have kind of lost sight of it. I will say, in my humble opinion, that the Cyberpunk game, doing as well as it has, initially just commercially, but I'd say creatively, has definitely reinvigorated stuff. But the amount of people that don't get it...
Unfortunately, the Torment Nexus is not available to our EU customers because of GDPR compliance issues.
Indeed. Also, I wonder if... sorry. I was just going to say, Shitaru, it's fine so long as you have a Torment Nexus subscription. Then you can get around EU compliances. Thank you for the bits. Sorry, let me take a second and breathe. We did have Blade Runner, which was incredibly good, but the botched theatrical release and the fact that it kind of became like a, you know, it was quite a heady movie at a time when people weren't quite ready for it. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is that there's been a lot of misunderstanding around cyberpunk stuff. You know, it's not as established a genre as we like to think, and for as much as if steampunk is stick some cogs on it, a lot of people will be like, cyberpunk, oh, you mean flying cars and neon? Well, yes, but also, look, I'm still pissed about that game that was pitching itself as a cozy cyberpunk diorama builder. Scarred and J-Post, fucking thank you. Alright. I'll stop ranting. It's just to the point whereof, like, now we have the Torment Hexus, where you are playing a dude with, you know, magical hacking powers, and you're going to use them to murder CEOs. And if you didn't see the Steam Next Fest demo that we did of this, you know, the guy who's running, the CEO who's running this whole operation, at the beginning still just thinks of you like a fun little quirk. You know, oh, you're just here to shake things up. You're a disruptor. You know, well, if those lower floors had been better, they probably wouldn't have been got. Like, he doesn't even perceive you as a threat. So we have to make him see us as a threat. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I mean about this being properly punk. So yeah, without further ado, let's just... Oh, we get to customize. Ooh. Do we get to... Okay. So we don't have these ones yet. Alright. I thought because the customization option was open. Yeah. It is also worth noting that this is out in early access. So it is not done. If there are any bugs or weirdness or strangeness, it's to be expected. And what else our Too Much Abstraction dev friend has planned for this in the future, I have no idea. I haven't asked. Let's begin! Alright. So, get to pick our initial spells. Excuse me. Okay, so we haven't unlocked hand grenades or cyber body modifications. And Scott Alaska, thank you for filling the point, Clark. Okay, so we get Prism. Powerful but dangerous. Ooh, Burn was very good. Where was... Air was kind of useless. So, okay, pick 5 spells. Okay, so we'll do... Ah, okay. Razor Wire was awesome. Okay, so we don't have a lot of spells right now, so we just got to really take what we can. Ooh, Chameleon Bolt. Murder them with goo. Okay, how do we feel about that?
The Afueli shopping district congrats the release of Torment Nexus. May the portal to hell you left open get us new workers.
And you might be thinking of the wrong Nexus, but Akari, thank you. And again, it is the Torment Hexus, because we use hex magic. Although, can we just take a moment to appreciate that the whole meme of the Torment Nexus comes from people, you know, especially like CEOs, just not understanding the fucking medium. Ooh, okay. So we get to choose how we're feeling. If we're focused, we get 2 swaps. Gain +2 swaps. Mana eruptions require fewer matched tokens. We can be feeling it. We get a free turn at the start of each fight. And furious, deal more damage. I'm kind of tempted for... I'm kind of feeling it today. Plus, that feels like we get to rush them down, so let's fucking go. Okay, the Yamato Psychometrics Warehouse, floor 1. Human security staff are rare in the warehouse. Instead, you're facing down a gaggle of cheap drones and bio chattel. Scraps trimmed and retooled towards profit. Well, let's put some red on that balance sheet. As you can tell, the writing in this is as subtle as a brick in the fucking gob. But that's okay. That's how it's supposed to be. Alright, we'll do razor wire for these bad words. Okay. Oh, I should also say that much like with weirdly Puzzles and Dragons, you can swap one gem around, but you can move it about however you want. So if you can work out how to do it, you can essentially use your movement to readjust other pieces on the board. Now, I don't think there's a way we can do this. I'm just trying to think if there is, though. Nah. Just trying to be clever about it. Oh, beans. Alright, raising one for days. And then moving back through here. Just make them chase me down here. Okay. Thankfully, Wolfcrowd, we have used all of the squats. So we are set. I'm just going to try not to get too deep into the puzzle, into the match 3 zone. The zone, if you will. Okay. So yeah, it does make me laugh again that like this is. The name of this is a play on the whole Torment Nexus idea from the... we are proud to announce the Torment Nexus from the award-winning sci-fi book Absolutely Do Not Make the Torment Nexus. Don't need to move because we're in a good spot. Okay, now we're just going to deal with this 1-8. What did I tell you? I don't know if I pointed it out, but while we were in Freddy's the other day, I saw someone unironically wearing a bored yacht ape, or bored ape yacht, whatever they were called, shirt. Oh, they were what were going to be the premier NFT.
Oh.
From the famously, they've stolen my apes. My apes. No, man, not the apes. No, I heck you not. Okay, buddy, we need to... We gotta deal with this ape. There we go. See, moving little gems around, you can plan it strategically, get more mana on both. Okay. Can I get you from there? Yes. Robo Ape is toast. All my apes gone. Okay, so we get the Mesh Gauntlet, reduce incoming damage by 1. Workwear that made the jump to Executive Fashion. A small tag on the cuff warns the armor does not make you superhuman. Or a Desk Fan. Gain 2 at the start of every fight. It's a cheap one. Oh yes, and this is our grid up towards Fighty McGee. I'm going to try and see if I can hit some of these trickier incursions. Okay. Cylinder Mind. You step through a faulting security door and know instantly you're somewhere in the warehouse crews aren't meant to be. Fog banks of liquid nitrogen vapor flow around humming servers. Computers cooled so that they can operate at peak efficiency. At the center of the room is a cylindrical metal tank with a glass viewport. Floating in the pale green fluid, pierced with other electrodes, is a human brain. Oh god. Next. You remember this from your research. It was part of the reason you knew you had to hit Yamato psychometrics. This is a cylinder mind, a cybernetically shackled organic computer. Human minds are a valuable resource, severed from their bodies, tweaked and alerted to prevent them from feeling existential dread or a desire for autonomy. They can do the brute mental work of running logistics in a way no algorithm can. That's horrifying. You're not a brain surgeon. Not yet. But you know these types of logistic brains have had their fear and imagination centers surgically cauterized. God damn it. My dyslexic brain went, amygdala! The amygdala, you think. The part of the brain that frets, fears, and worries. Or at least one of the parts. Again, you're no expert. The point is that the cylinder mind can't feel fear, even though it must know you're not meant to be there. The digital readout below the tank simply reads, how can I help? Ask it what it's like to be it. You tap a simple query into the keyboard below the tank. You don't try to mask your language in polite procedure, the way you're supposed to get cylinder minds to comply. You watch it buffering, wondering if what's left of the human mind can read the empathy in the question. Running text calibration. Tamed King Cobra intends utter disavowal, exit from fund. But as you can see in the text, it said, I am content. I am content to wait. You watch the console for a long moment, looking at the lowercase boilerplate. Yeah, thank you, Dustin. It has a strange cone-like quality, but you see this consciousness in it. You see the consciousness in the sentiment. Not just consciousness, patience and forbearance. There is a person in there. They don't seem afraid, but they know they are a person. You type a short thank you into the console and turn away. If the cylinder mind can hold on to themselves despite everything, so can you. Recover 5 HP and you are now focused. Breathe out. Okay. I like to think that they're waiting for their chance at revenge. Because revenge is not fear. And Verdant, Watto, and welcome. Sorry, I just saw sound. Oh, my ex. The girl. God. Never forgive Jimmy fucking Kimmel. Sorry.
Fallon?
Yes, I mean Fallon. Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon with a hat on.
Jimmy Kimmel. What the fuck are you?
Jimmy Kimmel catching strays here.
Goddamn, right?
You know that thing in like revenge movies where they watch footage of their target to just remind themselves of the hate? I have rewatched his Board Yacht 8 Club interview more than once. I was gonna say, what the fuck did Kimmel do? Hang on, make sure I'm not getting my Jimmys mixed. Oh yeah, no, not Jimmy Kimmel. Though I swear, if I search for Jimmy Kimmel NFT, okay, no, we're cool. We're cool. Cool. But yeah, it was Jimmy Fallon. Like the fact they were trying to do a fucking pump and dump live. Nah, Fred. I'm like a little Tamagotchi. You're just keeping me alive. Okay. Human security staff are rare. Yeah. Let's put some red in the balance sheet. Okay. So we can win slash... Let's pour a little 8 down here. That's a literal zombie, by the way. Not making this easy, buddy. Dang it. Oh. Okay. Not what I was intending, but, you know, we work with what we got. You know, work with the cyberpunk powers you have, not the ones you wish you had. Ah, yes, the good old zombie Shakespeare. He's tough as well. Okay. And he just puked on my gems? Horrifying.
Sorry. Punch one time.
It wasn't just one time, and you know it. Hopefully I've made enough fire. Oh, okay, no, this could work. These robots are getting close. Okay. And I have started several fires and blocked myself into a back corner. I have made several mistakes. Okay. Sorry, I'm still trying to get the flow of this down. So I put. Oh, wait, no, I can. Oh, that's not far enough. I was gonna say I can just teleport the fuck out of here. No, no, you can't. There we go. Wind Slash! Okay, we've got one more porter bot to handle. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that popping myself in the corner with all of the fire and razor wire was necessarily smart. However... Okay. However, those cardboard boxes are incredibly flammable. Okay. So I was trying to think of, like, favourite cyberpunk media. I already mentioned Johnny Mnemonic, which I do not think, even now that we're in this era of, like, people deconstructing and celebrating media on the regular, I still don't think we get enough. I still don't think it gets enough love. Yeah. Well, it's also, Johnny Mnemonic is a really good example of, like, Keanu got a lot of shit when The Matrix dropped for being very, very wooden. And I've gone back and watched it, and it was like, nah. He does it perfect. It was what was needed. Because he starts the movie... Neo starts the movie, the very first one, as someone who's completely checked out, right? But a little bit smashed the state, and by the end of it, he's at one with the machine that he's, like, tied into. So of course he's very, very chill. Doesn't give a fuck. I still think about the bit when one of the agents gets a hit on him in the second movie, and he's like, upgrades. Anyway, okay, so upgrade one spell that uses one of these. Yeah, razor wire. We'll try this alert level 3. Oh, okay, human security. Buddy, it is about to suck. I might just set that robot on fire. Okay, now we can do another round of razor wire. Oh, no, I can't. Try that now. But yeah, there's a few other movies in the ilk that feel cyberpunk but never get discussed. I keep trying to remember. I think it was called The 13th Floor. I keep trying to remember the bloody name of it. It's a very good movie, at least in my humble opinion. No, you know what? It's fire time. Oh my god. That was a mana eruption. Is that good? Is that bad? Am I in trouble? Yeah, thank you, Nova. I always felt that one was one of those, like, it isn't cyberpunk, but boy howdy does it feel like it hits that beat. God. I just assume I'm catching a burn.
We'll see.
God darn it, why won't you die? There we go. Okay, so red tape 2 or spell upgrade. Upgrade one spell that uses that or that. Brilliant. The spell cannot be upgraded. Okay, so we're igniting more. Okay. Let's... I can't... Now, let's go for the big fight. So Fred was saying one of the things about cyberpunk writing is understanding that it's understated in the cyberpunk games. Yes. Cyberpunk 2077 had this problem where cyberpsychosis and the dehumanizing effect of implants and cybernetic enhancements is talked about a lot thematically, but mechanically, there is no reason you should not put missile launchers in your arms. You should cram your body with as much cool shit as possible. And should you ever trigger cyber psychosis in game, it's just a little bit of a glitch and then a hand wavium. But yeah, I do think that that is one of the best examples of it that Fred was pointing out. That in one of Gibson's stories, the main character has lost all of his childhood memories and some of his relationships because that part of his brain was hacked out for cyber memory. You know, hell, in Johnny Mnemonic, his brain is essentially being used as a storage container. So he's lost memories, he's lost all kinds of things because he works essentially as a living thumb drive. Yeah, he's lost things that he doesn't know in exchange for a cold Mexican beer and a club sandwich. You know, I think actually Johnny Mnemonic's a really good one because the character that we meet at the beginning isn't struggling against the cyberpunk system. He's benefiting from it. He's a cog in the machine. And then it starts to break down. And I think Ice-T's there at some point. He keeps showing up. Ice-T.
Oh.
I keep showing up, despite my best efforts. Living Thumb Drive was my nickname in high school. Okay. Wind Slash. Oh, no, we're going to move over here. And then Wind Slash. Would the 2001 Avalon count as a bit cyberpunk? That's the Momoshiori live action one, right? That's always a hard one, right? Because in the whole, like, sometimes it's based on vibes, not on... Bastard got me. Oh. Take that, though. That whole thing of... Oh, damn. Okay, so Mana Overflow basically turns me into a feckin' nuke. Let's go. I can get used to that. Oh, and to the Big Blue Heron, Watto and welcome. Wait, Ice-T and Ice Cube aren't the same person? No one is more shocked than I. However, I haven't forgotten about Dre, so I'll take that as a win. Sorry, jumping back. So Fred was saying, like, in some other cyberpunk writings, you know, a cyber hand performs better, but it's not as good at doing things like playing the guitar or the piano or what have you. Fred was saying in one of the Shadowrun RPG books, the POV narrator says that having cyber ears is like looking at the world through a video camera. It's great if I need professional distance from what I'm doing, and it's bad if I want to relate to another human. Yeah. No, I hadn't thought about Avalon in a while, and that one's weird because it's living in a digital world and all the good and bad that entails. Okay, I'm still not using red tape, so let's see if I can upgrade. Can't upgrade that one. Yeah, we'll go for Chameleon Bolt. Alright, so now for a bit of plot. Yes, as Nova said, do watch it in Polish with English subtitles. A quick little side tangent. So, Mamoru Oshii is one of my favorite directors. And I don't just mean because Ghost in the Shell be good. Pat Labor 2 is one of my favorite films of all time. And it's a giant robot movie that is also very slow and very political and arty as fuck. But he did a load of other movies. His Cerberus trilogy is probably his most well-known because most people saw Jinro, the Wolf Brigade. But there are actually 2 movies before that. Avalon was one of his more recent, 2001, his later live-action films. The dub was bad, and people didn't really know what to do with it going into it. Like, Nova, I think I need to give it a rewatch. That feels, though, more like, things like .hack and stuff like that, like being in a cyber environment. I don't know. I think that's something we haven't really fully explored in varying forms of media, We've had some that are horrifying. We've had some that are hopeful and beautiful. What was the one on Netflix called? I think it was called Pantheon, which was a 2-season animated series about what would happen if we were able to digitize human consciousness. Yeah, well, so Nova, I learned a little bit about that one. The reason why Avalon kind of got stuffed in terms of its release is I didn't realize this. The second Ghost in the Film shell. I might need another coffee. I think either that or I'm having a stroke. It's one or t'other. What was that smile? It's fine.
You're fine.
I didn't realize until the Dungeon Chill retrospective on it that Ghost in the Shell Innocence, the second film that Mamoru Oshii did based on Ghost in the Shell, did really badly. Partially due to the end of the anime bubble kind of popping. For those who don't know, anime moving from the VHS to the DVD era, there were loads of people who were making bank just buying anime from Japan, dubbing it quick, and selling it for like, $20 a pop. That kind of died because the amount of good anime to bring over from Japan, there's only so much of it. And a lot of it was trash. Jesus. Kakazi says, you ever feel like you're just having an ongoing, slowly developing, decades-long stroke? Yeah, that. I just blame it on gin. People do that with manga, and while it's illegal and bad, those people are heroes. I would never, ever condone fan translations of manga. However, as someone who is a huge fan of Zombie Powder, the Bleach creator's previous works, and Naruto, and used to be up to date on reading good old One Piece back in the day. You know, it's just strange. A lot of those were only available in fan translation circles. The Front Mission manga has never been officially translated for an English release. Well, and see, Dustin, this is where it gets interesting, right? Because cyberpunk is high-tech, low-life, right? That's the only thing it has to really adhere to. Existence, I would say, is very much a cyberpunk piece of media, right? Now, if we're going by the specifics of the plot, all of Cronenberg's stuff takes place inside this strange new place, right? Also, the fact that Cronenberg's working on a game with the fucking mortuary assistant guy, and they're not saying anything other than that, cannot tell me games are not fire right now. But anyway, yeah. I would say that Existence definitely hits the beats. Existence would fit neatly in a collection of stories about the sprawl. Now, is The Matrix cyberpunk? That's the question. Because it is definitely high-tech, low-life, but it's more post-apocalyptic when you stop and think. It's not about the system, and it's all allegorical.
I want to say no.
Right? But then...
But I can understand why someone would make the case that it is.
Yeah. It's got hacking, it's got cool kung fu, it's got, you know, computer programs doing cool shit. If you stop and think about it, it's a post-apocalyptic film, you know, about people surviving in a strange world. Yeah. Okay, Nova, I'm just going to say it. I really liked the fourth Matrix film. It's different, and the camera choices were very odd. But, yeah. Dustin, I don't know it. My life as a teenage robot is cyberpunk. Am I about to see something that I'm not supposed to? Oh!
Oh, right! I love that show.
Okay. I was a little worried there. I didn't remember it. Yeah, but I guess, Nova, that's the thing. I don't know if any of them really were cyberpunk, right? Anyway, sorry. Before we continue. So drifting through the stacks, you spot one of the Yamato Psychometrics AAIs, a chimpanzee with an incongruously cute uniform, corralled into a warehouse by neural probes that deliver a harsh electric shock when it fails to act like a productive employee. I know writers who use metaphors and they're all fucking cowards.
Amazon, is that you?
Amazon, is that you? They normally rove in packs, but sporadically working. This one is alone, letting out whimpers and pacing in circles. As you watch, it sits down flat on the dusty ground, silhouetted in low light, and begins to groom itself anxiously. Try to deactivate its shock implants. You draw the line at baby talk, but you make some gentle sounds. AAI hoots mournfully, crouching at the spot. For a second, you think it's going to approach you, but it curves its lips in a defiant shriek, clambers up the wall of the crates, quickly disappearing into the darkness. You catch a scrap of blue fabric reflected on the hazard light, and then nothing. Looks like it preferred to be alone. Okay. So this is alert level 3. But yeah, jumping back. And I should point out that this isn't a conversation to be like, hi, I am a cyberpunk radicalist, and how dare these things call themselves cyberpunk when they're not. You know, one does not need to adhere to the strictness of like a rule set. Cyberpunk isn't just rain and long coats and neon. It isn't just, mistranslated Mandarin splattered across, backlit textures. But there is a vibe, there is an aesthetic to it. I think if you wanted to call the Matrix Cyberpunk, I think you can. I mean, not that you need my bloody permission.
Technically it is. I don't know, it just feels wrong.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, to live it in truth is to eat goop and wear rags and be poor. Like, if you wish to fight the system and not be part of it, it sucks. And I think it does that very well. I find a lot of cyberpunk media is pretty difficult because it's like the person who chooses to fight the system is suddenly just great and better and healthy and wonderful. Yeah, who's doing your teeth, Neo? Who's the dental guy in Zion?
I got it in the simulation. These are simulated teeth. I actually have all guns.
He's there in the chair like, ugh. I know dentistry. Show me. Sorry. What? Look, and I'm sorry I keep picking on this game. The idea of a cozy cyberpunk game infuriates me, because that's as much do not make the Torment Nexus as the Torment Nexus, right? Oh, wouldn't it be so cozy if we all lived in fucking walled cities with nowhere to go, no air to breathe, and, eat recycled. But this cozy mega city, Judge Dredd, scene builder. Oh, fucking really? Oh, fucking really?
Hey, I left my recycled bean paste.
You joke, but because I told you I've been playing Hard Space Shipbreakers. When you sign your in-game contract, you get to pick one dietary requirement, and one of them is no plastic. So you can have vegetarian, you can have chicken-free, or plastic-free, but not all. We don't talk about teeth in Zion, but we don't talk about teeth. That's why they only eat goop. There's nothing to chew on.
I got goop.
Now, Verton says, what about an ironically cozy cyberpunk game? See, I remember this quote from a famous comedian, and I wish I could remember their name, but he famously said, if you want to play the piano badly, you have to learn to play it well. And I think about that a lot when it comes to genres. If you wish to subvert a genre, you gotta fucking know it. If you just stumble into the bar, shithoused on Jägermeister and go, cozy cyberpunk, no one's going to appreciate that. But the idea of someone trying to make a warm, kind life in a dystopian hellscape where everything is trying to crush that is a wonderful premise. I think, as messed up as it is, one of the things that the newer Blade Runner does really well is we have two characters, both of whom are essentially slaves to the system, doing their functions, and in a strange, twisted little way, both trying to make the other just a little bit happier, just trying to get a little bit of connection, even though it's not something either of them can truly do. Because, if you wanted to do Stardew Valley Night City, you could, but you would have to start with the fact that that is not a warm, lovely, easy-going game. That would have to be more of a fight than storming Arasaka with a fucking gun in your hand. Where do you get fresh soil? Where do you get grow lamps? Because the smog, chokes everything. Look, I can't talk about it, right? But there is a gentleman, Rashad, who I believe works over at Brass Lion now. He was an artist by trade. He worked on Skyrim and a fuckload of cool shit. I can't talk about his project. I know that it has been announced, The Living Dark, at multiple locations. I don't know the status of it. I don't think Rashad likes me. I could understand it because, have you seen me? I don't judge him for disliking me. But he was working on this project, and he started talking a lot about, the cyberpunk future. And sure, we have a lot of cyberpunk media based around what if you are a white bloke in this, setup, but what does it look like for everybody else? Like, how do you maintain a sense of like cultural identity where in a world where every single thing that you own or look at is trying to advertise something at you? He had this one photo of it was an LCD wall in China that did fake sunrise and sunset to help cut through the smog and help with mental health. I think about that a lot.
We see you, little streamer.
Crawling around. Shitaru, thank you. First she said, Stardew Valley, where you play as Joja Corp. It's not building a farm, it's building a corporation. Okay. Money no question, and if we all had as much time as we needed, I would love to make Darkest Dungeon, but cyberpunk, where you play a corpo CEO, and all your runners are what you send out to go do stuff. Because, famously, Darkest Dungeon, at least the first one, I haven't played the second one enough to really comment. The first one is all about how anyone can be twisted into a monster, even with good intentions. You are rewarded in Darkest Dungeon for being fucking horrible to all of your little characters. That is how you succeed the fastest. By being the monster, by becoming the very thing that you are seeking to stop, right? I think Dragon Commander did a great job of showing how anybody can kind of become a fascist if you want to succeed. Hell, the fact that it does that thing of like, if you believe that everyone should have equal pay, then you have to pay everyone equally, which everyone would be on board with, at least everyone here. But in a strategy game where resources are scarce, like, what does doing the right thing cost you? I think showing how insanely difficult it is to not be corrupted by having to be in a CEO seat. How a lot of those people are just, let's be honest, psychopaths. Just, empathyless bastards. Because that's the only way you can succeed in that. I don't know. I think that would be an interesting premise as a jumping off point. Anyway. Drones whir behind the gaps in the shelves. The crosstalk of two security teams closing in your positioning is getting louder. You are pinned down. A gun barks and you tense up, but it's not aimed at you. A woman in a red tracksuit sprints past you. Her edges are blurry, and you recognize the ripples of an active camouflage system, bending the light around her. Her red silhouette dances between the stacks as bullets wail by her. She lifts two fingers and makes a go-go gesture at you. You break for it. A security door that had been maglocked churs open, and you sprint through it into the dark. The woman in the red tracksuit drops from the ceiling, her shape morphing out of pulsing red hazard lights. Up close, she's maybe in her 30s, dark eyes, black hair, a recent scar running from her jaw to her cheekbone. She casually cocks a thumb at the hazard lights. Don't worry. The lights are on, but the internal signalings aren't going off. Security has no idea we're here. Name's Fox, 3 letters, that's it. She looks you up and down. You can tell she's clocking your gear, and just in case, estimating your reach. You can't fault the instincts. I'm here to take Yamato psychometrics for everything they've got. All their tech, all their research, all their top secret assets. And you, it sounds like, are here to break shit. Now here are our responses. Then we're on the same page. We both want to make Yamato pay. I'm here to make sure Sandip Sakamoto gets what he deserves. And you, it sounds like, are a thief. Oh, Avenger, head out of the gutter. I think we're on the same page. We're in different books. I'm a calling card drifting delicately to rest. You are a pissed-off meteorite. She lifts her chin, studying you. I'm not used to hearing screaming, yelling, and gunshots while I'm ripping off a corp, but, well, you are useful. Her eyes glint. If security has to put out 2 fires at once, we both have a better chance of living through the night. She snaps open the messenger bag slung across her body. The red light washes over a trove of gear, electronics, experimental tech, I almost said teeth, even some items that glimmer with the weight of ambient mana. I don't need all of this. Some of it's just weighing me down. If you give me what you don't need, I'll return the favor and we can both walk away better equipped. Okay. So we've got the burn cream, desk fan, and our focusedness. Stress ball. Panopticon badge. Reveals cloaked. Robo bun. At the start of each fight, summon a small robotic rabbit that distracts enemies, reducing their damage output. Its eyes gleam with a... Oh, wait. Is it moving? This robot is... Oh my god! Just do a little hop. Is its nose twitching? Wait, what was I saying? Fuck, that would take me... Yes! We're in the game!
You just scared me.
I'm sorry.
God. Something bad happened.
Sorry, I was about to say the little rabbit is what would get me, and then I saw the next one. I was like, yes! The Skiblandia badge. You are immune to water damage. Nice, no sharks. And debuffs that prevent you from casting spells.
What ho? Hope you're all doing good. Less than 3 Viking 64 friendo.
Scotty, we're doing marvellous. Except for Little Fire, who just got a little jump scare, but we're doing fine.
I'm awake now. Yay!
I'm sorry.
You're not?
I'm sorry for waking you up. I'm not sorry for screeching.
Strange, I thought the badge would make you squat every time you move and scream about beans.
It's so weird. It's so weird. Yes, manpower solutions are popular, though their agents are notoriously boisterous. That's you lot, by the way.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And the artist formerly known as Clank.
The
also
affordable
welcome.
choice. We're not the best, but we are the best you can afford. What ho will. Clank
What ho and
pressure.
welcome. Also, that's 93 months. That's only one short of the absolute max, which is no small feat. God fucking damn it! I just lost the game. Thanks, Favor 6. I mean, thank you for gifting a sub, because money keeps me alive, but also... Thank you. Yeah. Notoriously boisterous. That's fucking cool. I did actually talk to the devs on this one, and sadly, the affordable choice mercenary solutions was a little too long. But remember, friends, we are the affordable choice. We're not the best, but we're the best you can afford. Okay, I am posting that on the internet because that's fucking cool. Honestly, I forgot we were in it. Oh, thank you, Nova. So you're getting the Robo Bunny. I actually don't think we can afford any of it. I actually think we're broke as heck. Okay. Darn it, because the badge is 3. The Robo Bunny is also 3. But Even if we flog all our stuff, we can't afford it. Bugger. Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely going on the... Oh. Cannot be... And we can't even sell the burn cream. Piss. Because you know what it is? It's because I was focusing on grabbing those spell upgrade chips rather than MacGuffins we could sell. Bugger. Ah, well, it's lovely to be included. So, feckin' yo. Yeah, I know. Leave without trading. Okay. Not quite. There we go. Get the old reservoir. Oh, I wasn't quite close enough. Oh, no, I did mess him up with the mana eruption. Gonna be honest, feeling kind of like a little bit of a badass right now. Hit this bad word. Oh, down in one. Got yourself tangled in the blanket. I'm sure this hubris will go unpunished. Exactly. It's, you know what? It's just because I'm better at this game than anyone else. Perhaps even better than the gods. Okay, so the crowbar increases Panic Button's area of effect. We haven't had to use Panic Button. When you would take damage, you have a 50% chance to instead teleport to an empty tile within 3 tiles. You know what? I'll take the crowbar. I feel like the instant teleportation would cause me to die. You okay? Okay. Oh. Yes! Okay, back of the net. I keep forgetting Wind Slash hits 2 at once, which is very good for me. Oh, I have started several fires. Nova clipped the longship found. Poor little fire. Nova clipped me accidentally jump scaring you. Okay. So I don't actually think we have any spells we desperately want / need to upgrade. Reduces incoming damage by 2 and counterattack for 2 if the attack was in 4 tiles. Alright, that sounds rad. Oh, no. Oh. Alright, well, I'll take that over Mag Shield then. Okay, that's 1. Light fire. Because setting things on fire has not proven to be a bad idea at any point during this run. There we go. What if it turns out I'm just really good at video games? So Kari says, need to figure out what to draw next to the ugly shopping district, aiming for a store interior. All I would recommend at this point, from having done like RPG Maker projects and the ilk, is right now you need to start drawing up overworld and what everything's going to end up looking like. So you need to start laying out what the ugly shopping district will look like from above. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Mr. Sankip Sakamoto, CEO of Yamato Psychometrics. You've walked here from 406 Vladimir and Bloch. Comes the soft velvet-lined voice of a man on the video link. You can see the sheen of several monitors reflecting off his brow. Your wrist computer is a Demios Designs C286, an outdated model struggling to run modern spell chips. Regardless of this, you are a talented mage. I hope you know your enterprise is doomed to failure. Also, I know I talked about this a lot yesterday, and I've talked about this a lot constantly. Have you noticed at no point did this game beat us over the head with why we're in a cyberpunk world where people can cast spells? It just is. I will always be a fan of that. Always. San Kipsamako, I presume. I've been a surveillance kit will save you. Okay. So you've done your research too, he whispers, a silent rustle in the microphone near his lips. Good. It's gratifying to know you're watching my moments as carefully as I'm watching yours. Sorry, movements. He leans back from the camera, his head tilting slightly. From now on, I'll be directing security personally. I want you to know that my strategy is carefully... Sorry. I want you to know it's my strategy that is carefully picking you apart. All right. We're up against the heavy lifter. Okay, so what happened there? I put the razor wire down as the mech machine attempted to rush us along with these 2 drones. The 2 human security guards just got dragged through the razor wire and fucking died. Okay. Perhaps not my smartest maneuver. I need to go this way. So then we can do this. Fuck. Ooh, that worked rather well. Oh, this is working less well. I'm going to take a big hit, though. I had to move into it or essentially get... Okay. Protecting myself a little bit and not doing amazingly. Oh, sorry, friends. So, I did a terrible job of explaining this game. I just realised because we played the demo and I've been really looking forward to this, I just kind of dived in. So, it's a match 3, as I'm sure you've gleaned. We have our spells. By matching certain amounts, we stack up the amounts of mana we need to cast each one. All right. So, Ignite takes 2 red mana. We can stack up to 6 of that. Right. If you get enough mana, you can cause a mana overload, like a little mini nuke, which is fun. However, you see the grid here, and you see how it's not just what we have to move, there's the gems around the side. Whichever way you move is how the board is restacked, right? So you can see here we've got some green gems on the side. If I move to the right, they'll move into play, and right now, like, Razor Wire is basically saving my fucking life. However, I kind of started a wildfire here, so the only way I can go is up. Or I can skip my turn if I think I've got enough to make it work. Which I'm kind of going to do so he can't beat the fuck out of me. Damn. I've got a fair wedge of health, so I might be able to just pull some, what do they call it? A heckin' bullshit.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Heckin' bullshit. You called?
Yes, I did. Rilu, Watto, and welcome. How are you holding up? What's going down? Tell me tales of old Blighty. We're doing Magic CEO murder. How are you? You ever destroyed the life of a CEO from a Fortune 500 company with a magic razor wire? Alright, I guess at this point it's just a survival contest to see who burns to death first, me or a power loader. You could at least hesitate. Spoiler, it wasn't me. It was the other guy.
Sure. It's the type of revisionist history you're known for.
It's my cultural heritage. There we go. We have the writer of the game in, who's popped in, but their handle is Bridget Jones Official.
I mean, that's pretty official.
That's extremely official. The Bridget Jones. We're having a blast with it. I just found the longship crest, which caused a bit of a shriek. And yeah, we've just cleared first floor. I played through the demo. I mean, okay. Yeah, I don't know if you should publish that, but yeah, now we get to choose all of the goodies. Says thank you. Check out my movie, Bridget Jones: The Edge of Reason, as well. Really proud of that one. I do think the Bridget Jones revenge arc movies were an interesting angle to go for, but really appreciate it. You know, I wasn't expecting the John Wick crossover in movie 2, but it was it worked. Anyway, Watto and welcome. If we've never met, I'm Will. I worked in video games for like a squillion years. I now do this for a living, which is wild, by the way.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And whoever that was that gifted him a sub, thank you. It's like, working with John was a dream. Such a gentleman. Oh, but yeah, I hope launch day is doing good for you and the squad. Hopefully you'll get some rest. The writing's top notch. You know, I'm not in the business of pretending to be a cool kid in any way, shape, or form. It's really good. We just cleared our first boss fight. Get to choose our goodies between the F5 key, an ally maximizer, summon a daemon that will quickly replicate and does damage to all adjacent. Okay. And a shrew drone. Its cute fur patterned faceplate hides cameras, a data uplink, and a small reservoir of venom. Or we're probably going to end up taking this set because we get the canine implant. When you defeat an enemy, up to 10 overkill, deal damage to every enemy within 3 tiles. Designed by Anthematic to protect man's best friends from an engineered virus, which was also designed by Anthematic. The virus has more staying power. Mana Stone. Summon a Mana Stone, which lasts for 3 turns and duplicates every spell you cast during this turn. The Pride Pin. Fuck yes. Actually, so one thing was really cool is the previous game by oh my god, I never know how to refer to the dev on this one because they've got like 3 different monikers. TMA Games was Waves of Steel, and I always really appreciate how. Oh.
In the ancient days when only primordial chaos and deities existed, the god of cool, the Fons, laid down the rule of cool thusly, stuff that isn't like will over God.
Absolutely. No point during the Book of Cool have I ever been mentioned. I fear sharks. The Fons, he jumped that shark, and that's why he's the deity of coolness. Anyway, it was a small little point. Is that the previous game, Waves of Steel, is kind of like over-the-top, wacky Ace Combat, but instead of being realistic planes, it's realistic-ish ships. You get to design your own battleship, but then do increasingly bizarre things with it, like kickflips and transforming. And one of the things I really appreciated, because when we talked about it at GDC, was how, like, because things that do modern military stuff are often co-opted by the worst people. The main dev on this made sure to put like all of the Pride banners and queer-coded stuff like front and center, just to be like, this is a cool game about battleships doing cool shit, but also fuck you Nazis. And I really appreciate that. You know, it's very easy to make tweets on Blue Sky about what you plan to do, but to actually have your art stand by it is another, you know. And so far, to our Bridget Jones official, like, verse the writing, I think the mechanical bunny has got to be my favorite thing I've found so far, just because I'm a chronic look at his little face kind of person. So yeah. The first damage you take in each fight is reduced to 0. No amount of oppression can stop people from being true to themselves. Rude gesture. Immediately recover 2 HP. Fixes corporate messaging. Despite decades of work, corporate sentiment analysis software still can't reliably detect and filter obscene messages. Oh. He's got a tiny
Penis!
Small bikini.
I actually found a great song on TikTok where someone did, and my penis is small and it does not work. Look, if you are looking for someone with a thunderous downstairs, you need to look for those people driving those tiny little Japanese trucks. I was trying to think of a gender-neutral version of Big Dick Energy.
What the fuck?
All right, well, you come up.
Jesus.
You come up with a Big Dick Energy equivalent for everyone.
What ad was that? If you're looking for a big thunderous downstairs, well, you've come to the wrong fucking place. Get out of here. Leave. Leave this place. Quickly.
I mean, I don't know the fucking car, so I don't know what that says. Oh. And last but by no means least, a caffeine pill. Gain double mana from the first match. It's just taking out a loan against your future, but you need the boost now. Okay, so yeah, I'm taking this set.
Thanks.
We'll swap out Mana Stone. Okay, so we've made it to floor 2 of the labs. Caffeine's fine. That's what the pills are for. The greasy scent of cultured flesh rises from a swirling incubation tank. The lab's researchers are clustered around it, remarking on the creature's limbs, its eyes' focality, as you pad close enough to ambush them. The smart ones will get out of here. You spin up a rune vector. Plenty of white-collared mages in Megabutts Inc. research team, but not all of them are smart. Go. Okay, so we got Water Mage, Air Mage. Okay, well. I don't know if their magic allows them immunity from razor wire, but oh, that bloody hell! I'm not quite sure what happened that turn, but it looks like by setting that person on fire, they spawn some kind of like backup murder chameleon? I'm very confused. Oh, that's a healing drone. Well, that's got to go. I think I saw Greasy Scent and the Cultured Flesh in Bonobo that one time. I can't remember the diagonal. Fuck. Well, enjoy being on fire, you shit. Interesting. Alright. So, this thing is a stalker. It's invisible until revealed. And the little chameleons were it summoning stuff. So that's a wind mage, so they need to be... Covered in razor wire. Oh. Someone got their bloody teleports out this morning. In a shocking turn of events. Oh. That sounds really good. Sorry, Dustin was saying, dinner's done, aimed for an Asian stir-fry, ended up in a stew, started it, had a breakdown. Bon appetit. So long as it's delicious, you know. Okay, I'm going to go for these two. Viridium earrings and some good murdery stuff. Okay, so target practice. You're ghosting through a lobby atrium when you hear the crack of a gunshot, followed by the warbling synthetic wail. You're instantly in go mode, but as you round the corner, you see a gang of Ronin leaning over the edge of a walkway, aiming their sidearms at drones cleaning the laboratory floor below. 10 points if you make 'em bleed fluid, says the man who took the last shot, a shaggy-haired older guy with a white snake enameled on his armor. Pretend you're a Ronin and join in the action. Pretend you're security and threaten to write them up. Ambush them. Let's do murder. Okay. Their blades are holstered and they're close together, leaning over the guardrail to brace with their pistols. Apply pressure to the right places and you could turn this roadblock into a rout. You raise your wrists. You raise your wrist computer, and with a fizz of materialized mana, your thumb imprints the first rune. Start a fucking fight. Boosh. Hope you kids like razor wire. Like shitloads of razor wire. I do like it when they line up as well. Almost. And he's dead. Okay, so Flint and Steel, when you do fire damage, the damage is increased by 1. Headband, deal 1 to each adjacent enemy every match 3 token. Or Fiber Optic, increase damage there. Adjustable Wrench, when robots take at least 5 damage in 1 hit, they are stopped. Ooh. So we could increase fire damage, but I actually think the stopping robots might be more powerful. What the heck is that? Oh, that's what we're aiming for. Oh, shit. Siren's Wail. Stealth is gone. Klaxons blaze blue as you dash across the walkways. The bark of mobilized kill teams audible from more than one direction. And then suddenly, your legs falter. You twist in the sudden grip of a spell circle, oily lines rising through the metal floors as the trap reveals itself. Mages step forward, one at each of the walkway exits, mana tracing their steps. I don't believe we've been introduced, says the air mage. Jolts of electricity run down your spine. We are the Covenant of We are the... Sorry, fucking hell. We are the conveyancing coven. As you see, we are taking a one-team approach to stopping you. I feel our dear Bridget Jones is working through a lot of corporate trauma on this. That smells really good.
It's just broccoli.
I'm going to just do some budget quesadillas in a sec, because they're nice and soft. Which is just cheese and tortillas with a bit of chili powder. You gave away your position when you crossed our ley line network. The water mage sketches a daggering line in their rune display, and your muscles tense as the blood in your veins begins to cool. You really shouldn't have crossed the property line, says the earth mage, and the casting of your wrist computer starts to hum and shake apart. But since you did, let's see if there are any rare earth metals in those shabby cybernetics. Prism specialization. Refract the spell. Your eyes track your wrist computer, the jewel-like runes of a prism gloss and swell like bubbles, reacting to the smorgasbord of magical styles used in the binding. You can use it. You can use that. With F, you bring your arms together. Ice crystals freeze in one hand as rippling air buffets the others. Rust is blossoming on your wrist comm spell chipboard. Trying to draw a rune, scoffs the earth mage. Your runes display liquid crystals. Liquid crystals warp into ineligibility. Blech. Sorry, my dyslexic ass is stumbling. I'm going to make another coffee in a second. Good luck. You don't need to be precise, though. You've simmed the ambient manner so long that the simple press will do. You jar your palm against the obsolescent runes, and magic erupts in a rainbow profusion, flowing from you like light through a prism. The grip of the spell circle goes slack. Your wrist computer is throwing a host of errors, runes glitching and deloading, but it's nothing compared to the Coven, who are currently reaping the fruits of their labors in real time. Started a fight. Okay, previous. You're clearly not used to working with different spell schools. Let's show you how it's done. Okay. So this is going to be tricky. But we do get to start with Wind Slash on the Fire Mage. And then move forward. We'll try and get out of the Coven attack. Not confident about. Okay. You did. And you two, a little razor wire sandwich. Oh, damn. Fuck yeah. Okay, so the ally gem doubles every spell I cast, allowing me to do some truly heinous horse shit. I don't think this guy's quite ready for how on fire he's about to be. Sorry, I was mentioning the corporate nonsense, and the writer of this, Bridget Jones official, saying, channeling the memory of a million stand-up meetings. Yeah. Oh. Simple Chaos on the subject of cooking saying, to quote my old high school cooking teacher, having a recipe is nice, but just play jazz and you'll be fine. Said by a woman who's never lasted a calendar year without being on fire. For those who don't know, when I worked at Improbable, I did work with a game team, but we were a game dev team inside of a tech company. And when you realize that all of the corpo bullshit speak isn't a bit, it's real. I always thought it was a joke. Anyway. Oh, gain 2 of that at the start of each fight? Fuck yes. Go for that. I could certainly use a bit of a heal, but Anyway, you storm through the modular test chambers, bursting into the one where the scattered lab teams stand in poses. They are resetting for the next experiment, and now they have to deal with you. Okay. Oh, nutty the fuck? Oh, I'm in danger. Okay, so you're an arse. And I'm in trouble. Alright. Okay. God, I actually got to concentrate for a bloody second, which should be illegal. Okay, so whoever this fire mage is set the other half of the entire lab on fire. A polymer pugilist is desperately trying their darndest, but I'm going to be honest, not liking their chances here. Which is fine for me. Am I spawning all this razor wire? Am I the problem? Am I the drama? Okay, we just got to go. We've got to handle this fire mage. They are causing undue problems. There's something about killing somebody with summoned razor wire that feels particularly brutal.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh,
What how lovely people.
Neo Shadow, what ho and welcome. How are you doing? We're on the Torment Hexus. It's bloody marvellous. How are you? I'm just going to wait for these ruddy bad words to get down here. Oh, no, I've got to get up there because it's a bloody 3D printer. So these little plastic bastards are just going to keep coming. And I can stock up on mana now. Maybe try and proc another overflow. Maybe hit it from a distance. But I may have made myself little razor wire nightmare. Oh, that wasn't a move. Okay. I've also kind of set fire to a lot of this place, which is not ideal. I hope I can hit this thing. There we go. All right, fight's handled. So, Nia Shadow, seriously, thank you. Like, a tier 3 means you've been throwing $25 at my stupid face for 93 months. I keep failing to work out exactly how much that is. Heckin' thank you. All right. You know what? Every time we spend shielding ourselves, hang on. Every time we spend shielding ourselves is time we could be attacking. So, more fire. You know what, Vershi, thank you for doing the calculations there. You're right, that's at least 12 days. Okay, once we got through this little bit of chattery, we get into the next one. I'm just going to take a quick moment to pour myself a coffee and make a snack, and we'll keep going. Okay, maintenance corridors cross and overlap. This wing of Megabutts Inc. Labs has been shut down pending a rebuild. In theory, that should make it a safe avenue of assault. In practice, you can't shake that feeling that something is watching you. You've just about convinced yourself that you're jumping at shadows when you see it. A few feet ahead of you, a gleam of metal, a slight whir, a mechanical iris, like a focusing mechanism of a camera. It seems to sit eerily midair. The turquoise lens glowing gently sits at the center of the iris. Looking at it sends a jab of pain directly in your prefrontal cortex. You flinch, and seeing it's been spotted, something heavy and invisible scurries and turns. The lurid eyes move with it, vanishing into the dark. Your eyes can't handle the blues and greens. They render them with a warping, flickering luminosity, as if you're staring at an alien sun. You can't bring yourself to be grateful for it. That brightness overcorrection might just have saved your life. Hunt the creature down. You doubt the monstrous stalking you just gave up. Ambush predators circle and wait, looking for their moment. It'll be back, and you suspect it lives in these maintenance corridors. It probably knows them well enough to hit a switchback and get behind you. Your best bet? Hunt it before it can hunt you. Like that movie, Predator. You chose this.
I did.
Your focus, listening to the faint reverberations of the building shifting in the wind. Underneath that, nearby and almost inaudible, you can hear the staccato. I need that coffee. A pad of feet. Scurry, 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 and then stop. All right. You follow it. You pause when it pauses and move when it moves, hiding your own sound in the shadows. You corner the creature in a half-finished room. Stacks of spilled cement tumble across the partially constructed floor. Long furrows have been dug in the pale powder. Halfway up one wall, you see the glimmer of a turquoise eyes, starlit points of a blinding pain. Above them, limned in brightness by your faltering C760s, is the crescent outline of a tail whipped and swaying. A cybernetic barb. Found you! And jumping back exactly, Favor 6, holding a shield is a hand not holding a weapon. Okay, but... when in doubt, razor wire. Oh, does Didym's not like their razor wire? So we'll... oh, not quite enough for the Mana Stone, but let's re-up the razor wire again. Then, over here... Enough to handle it. Yeah! Back of the net. Well, what I really like about that is also it's the implication that alongside you running this place, it's that, you know, it's a corporate creature so large that things live and stalk within it. We've already faced the chameleon in one of the other areas, but that was, you know, that was working for them. This is something that works for itself. It got out, but never got out. Okay. We're going to take the spell upgrader. Get that fire tornado even firier. For this and more battlefield tactics, buy They Can't Hurt Us If They're Dead, the Cleric's Guide to Combat. Okay, it's go time. Right. So, friends, miscreants, deckers, street samurai, and general cyberpunks. I'm just going to take a quick little break so I can refresh my cup and make some super soft budget quesadillas. Oh. I find sometimes I'm still getting a little bit of a, not quite a lisp, but tongue's not quite used to having space. I'll be back with all of your lovely selves in just a second, so refresh your cups. We're not finishing playing this by any means. And yeah, I kind of do want to talk about cyberpunk media a little bit more as well, but I think that's because I always want to talk about it. Is that weird? So, refresh your cups, and I'll be back with you all in just a sec. Hello, friends. Oh, and J-Post, are you trying to sneak those bits in? Thank you. All right. So clear off some more fightage. Yeah, it's getting bright and warm.
It's really toasty out there.
Yeah, the plants are loving it. Jammy little bastards. So yeah, I was just thinking about like cyberpunk media and stuff like that. It is kind of fascinating to me that Cyberpunk 2077 did end up being the huge thing, even after such a disastrous launch. But the thing I keep thinking about is how, like, I played that game through twice. It's not perfect by any means and shouldn't be used as like the barometer of storytelling. But I do think that you go from pretty much like 0 to high stakes very, very quickly. It's only really the very early game where it's you and Jackie doing little crimes. That's the bit that feels like the low life part of it. Ooh, damn. I'll move this way. Okay, we love a mana cascade. And you have to forgive me, friends. I have to eat very slowly at the moment. It's a little sad, but... Jesus, Fred. I think you might have gone too meta with that joke. But it's sorry. I was just thinking of that thing of like, I don't want every one of my dev friends to always have to be making the same game forever, you know? Like, it's okay for some games to just be done. You and I were talking about this earlier today when I showed you that video that pissed me off something fierce. Oh. We're scrolling TikTok and I come across this video which is like, no one will ever know the heartbreak of being in love with a game and the devs abandoning it. And I'm like, you know what? I can understand that. You know, there's quite a few games that I absolutely love that sadly they couldn't continue to develop on, or, you know, things changed, they lost the contract, what have you. It's, you know what, it can be genuinely heartbreaking because when you love a game, you love it at such a fundamental level that's really fucking good. No, they were talking about fucking Night Rain. Fucking Night Rain. I blocked and raged. Night Rain, which has been receiving updates and new content, you know. Now they're moving over to Duskbloods, so Night Rain's kind of coming to a close, and that's okay, because you don't have to make every game forever, you know. What I was going to say is that I really enjoyed the DLC for Cyberpunk because you get to be best friends with Idris Elba, but also because it's Escape from New York, the video game. But what I would really like is something more open worldy, like either making your own character in Cyberpunk or having another person who starts off like super low down and maybe just stays there. Simple Chaos is waiting for that Minesweeper 2 patch. Yeah, I want to talk about dead games. Minesweeper. Now, what I will say is that, Damien, you are allowed to work on games as much as you want. You've done your time. You know? I have started so much fire. Let's do another fire tornado in the sky. Oh, so it's got to be the focal point. Okay. But, like, you know, one of the advantages about being an indie dev is that you get to decide how much time you get to spend on a game. You know? And all you have to give up for that, to have that freedom, is any kind of financial security. Yeah, well, actually, Dustin, Let It Die sunsetting, I think, is a lovely example of what can be done. It is very sad that the publisher who owned and produced Let It Die has gotten a different team to do the post-launch support, then do the disastrous Battle Royale, and then the even more disastrous quote-unquote sequel to Let It Die, which is riddled with AI slop. That's heartbreaking. And Scotty, I've been thinking about this a lot. Like, games as an art medium, because they require you to be invested, and that if you are invested, you can have a really, really good time. Like, it is very, very possible for people to have the best time with a game that's kind of trash. Thank you. A little garbage is good for the soul, indeed, Damien. But also, we can find joy and fun in games by being in those worlds. They don't always have to be good. Hell, you can come to the same game in different mentalities in different ways and have drastically different experiences. Like, drastically. And when you fall in love with the game, like, really, it's such a core experience because it's not something you observed, it's something you felt. Okay, I don't need any more spells. Although Caldrop seems to be a more violent version of... See if it is a more violent version of Razor Wire. Razor Wire, however, pushes them back, which is way better. Six Pairs of Feet was asking whatever happened to Evolve. They tried relaunching it free to play. It didn't take. They turned off the servers. Oh, as Dustin was saying, they turned off the servers in 2018, but the community have kept it going. One thing that's been interesting from doing Awakening, we're going to do another Hawkin run on Saturday, by the way, so if you want to play some fun games, come by. But there's quite a few of those multiplayer games that didn't fail. They failed in a business sense, but not in a creative sense. Indeed, Evolve Legacy, Awakening. Good old Fantasy Star Online. I actually haven't looked into the Fantasy Online community-run servers, which we would never condone if they circumvented any of the EULAs. God, kids these days don't know how easy they have it with MMOs. Back in my day, your hunter's badge was based on your name, which would denote your loot drop tables for the rest of forever. Oh, what's that? The name that you use in every game gave you the wrong color badge? Tough titties. Enjoy. Hope you like trading. But yeah. Jumping back, what Six Pairs of Feet was saying about Evolve, it's so fascinating because Evolve wasn't a bad game. The people who got into it really got into it, but they launched it as a boxed product with one of the most confusing launch schemes ever. Like, depending on which version you got and where you pre-ordered it from and what else you did, set like what monsters you had access to and what characters and weapons, at a time when people were still learning what an asymmetrical game was. So, Damien, like a million years ago, when me and the squad got into Phantasy Star episodes 1 and 2 on the GameCube, I'd already played on Dreamcast. Not as much as I would play when we all used to do like split screens. That's fucking good. Or I'd already found online a station ID calculator to get the right badge. Because, sorry, the color of your hunter badge on your character is, there's like an equation based on what letters are in your name gives you which badge. And so certain badges are better for mage loot, certain are better for gun loot, sword loot, etc. So we spread our drops out. Ooh, I've got a bit of snark here. Buttlord Supreme, the CEO of Megabutts. Your contact is known as Fox, real name Takano Saito. Aged 36, of no fixed residence, Buttlord Supreme's breath flows smoothly down the mic. Although I suspect I could find her current safe house if I really pushed for it. Our choices being stay away from her. Yeah, you should try, she'll run circles around you. Mind games won't stop me, Buttlord Supreme. This isn't a game, Iggy. It's the only thing that matters. Data. The arsehole speaks with deliberate enunciation, clear and clipped. Okay, firstly, I have a fucking name. Optimal decisions can be made only when we have access to the data. Data allows us to select the correct ideology, the correct strategy, and in this case, the correct target. Over the video link, a smile plays across the arsehole mouth, dancing up at the edges. I just know the arsehole is full of shit. This is a game to this arsehole. It's the arsehole's favourite game because of that, the arsehole convinced the arsehole is the most relevant, useful thing that anyone can possibly do. You're going to devote the rest of tonight into proving the arsehole wrong. Oh, love it. Oh shit! I thought we were just being confused. That's amazing. So Bridget Jones Official, who's the writer on this, is just saying that because we have the perk Disrespectful Gesture, it changes the name of the CEO to Buttlord or what have you. Changes the name of the company and changes their pronouns to the arsehole. That's fucking good. That's fucking good. And yes, so Scotty, the reason why they used to do those different editions was because all the different retailers would bargain and haggle with game devs, or let's be honest, publishers, and they'd be like, hey, if you give us a pre-order exclusive in our store, we'll give you way more copies on shelves, or we'll give you a better deal on prices for the unit. Because I think the younglings do forget that how much money you made on a game was negotiated on a title-by-title basis. Now, big operations like Activision would usually agree on a price per unit for all their games. But basically, the retailer would buy X amount of copies for X amount of money. And it was usually significantly... it was a significantly higher cut than 30% that like Steam takes. I want to say Empire Total War, but it might have been in Nappy B as well. That depending on what store you bought your game from or pre-ordered it, you got a special unique unit or some bullshit. But that's just what you had to do with retailers to play ball. Now retailers are barely relevant. Now, like you were telling me, the guy who cashed in his collection for $11,000 of store credit at GameStop.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Dumb.
What is he going to get at GameStop? An NFT? A Pokemon card he'll never be able to physically hold? You know? Oh! Sorry. Fox has appeared again to sell us goodies. She flashes a tiny enameled shape in one palm. It's a stylized fox head. Sharp chin, alert ears. She shows you the back. A circuit board is soldered near into the plate. Keep an eye out for these. I'll drop them if I have a rendezvous point in mind. If you find one, scan it and it'll send my location to your software. Okay. These are your design. Metalwork's cool. Her mask rises in a motion of a smile. Yeah, kinda. I did the code and the soldering. The visuals were a friend of mine. And then I know someone who runs a machine shop for casting the metal. We all pull together, she adds, meditatively, turning the beacon over in her hand. And the work gets done. Only way to do it. She snaps out of it and clicks open her satchel. Speaking of, let's get to this thing. There's a lab full of hybrid wasp DNA I need to hit before they ramp up security. Okay. I'm sad to report, friends, that the longship pin is not available this time. And for some reason our trade balance is in a negative. Did we do theft? I'm not entirely sure why we're in the trade balance negative, because I haven't selected anything. I may have found a bug here, friends. I think it's from where I was highlighting the...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Fuck off. We took a thing that I dislike and a thing that I fear. We jam them together, and it's much worse. It's Wasp Shark. Whoever that was, you bastard. No, wait. Vershi's cracked it. My trade balance is in a negative because the shopkeeper thinks you're a bitch. Well, Vershi, if you're going to call me a bitch on twitch.television, you better add sensitive to the front of it. Maybe little in the middle. I might have to send this one to Hindle. Megabutts Inc. says, one man's neurotoxin is another man's mojito. Dustin, and you may. Okay, is there anything we can part with? Try and get our balance back up. The canine implant is really powerful, though. I don't want to get rid of it. A feedback form. High quality items are improved. Partially filled out. It terminates in an agonized scribble. Maybe you'll never. Maybe you'll deliver it yourself. And I do like the plush tapir. Its fur is soft, the color of a cloudy sunset. Its glossy eyes seem to know you. Your eyelids drift. You smile. Okay, but yeah, I think when I selected the longship badge and I didn't unselect it when we left, it's left the trade balance in a negative. So yeah, I think I found a bug. Because you can take the boy out of QA, but you can't take the QA out of the boy. Six pairs of feet. Is it assassination? Oh yeah, and the whale statuette. Attempts to get whales to perform tech support have failed dozens of times, at immense cost. Management has not stopped trying. Okay. Leave without a trade. So I want to hit the eyeball, so I'm going to go up. I'm not sure what that is, but... Okay. Introducing the Oyster Beast. Excuse me. I finally finished my budget. My budget quesadillas. Cheese and chili powder rolled up and microwaved. Okay. You move on walkways above a web of pools, like tide pools, Carillion bays of strange biomatter, interacting, being tested in bonsai ecosystems. Knots of cells eat fizzling algae. You see crab-like creatures with mammalian eyes browsing on papery reeds. He's just reading the paper, leave him alone. And the glimmer of small fish, whatever biological oddity they're made with, hidden somewhere within. The air trembles as you move into view of something larger than a pool. The curve of a pale mother-of-pearl flesh breaks the surface of a of a gigantic specimen tank. I know, so professional. Rising to the level of the walkways. A crew of workers in diving gear swim around the submerged shape, scrubbing the mass and gathering the glittering flakes of their brushes peel from it. Deep beneath the water, you can see the shape of a darting, blinking eye. Try to commune with the beast. You set a hand on the massive back, roving your palm over the crust of pearlescent minerals that covers it. It moves slightly, a thin membrane connecting it to the creature's pale pink skin. You don't try to sever the connection. You dip a hand into the water. You couldn't feel a heartbeat or a pulse when you touched the creature, but this close to it you can feel the aquatic vibrations of its voice. It vocalizes as the divers groom it, sending thrums of satisfaction? Protest? Through the water. This creature thinks and feels. It probably wasn't meant to. It was grown to produce the gleaming... nacra? New word. I made it up. It will live and die inside this tank. But even within the strict boundaries of a system it cannot escape from, its desire, it has desires and a voice. You covered? And we're now focused. Okay. Limber up and move on. Okay. Fight. I want the goodies. Okay. do appreciate the okay. Ah, shit, it didn't push him away. Ah, this is gonna hurt. I do appreciate the ferocity with which this game will let me wreck other people's days. Can't seem to bloody move. Fuck. Okay, so what happened there? I've been trapped in this little kind of stone pillar area. I've got to smash these if I want to get out of there. I cast the ally gem to give myself a little bit of va-va-voom, which then allowed me to do 2 super fire tornadoes and burn the entire place to the fucking ground. The only person who survived is the enemy fire mage, for reasons that don't really need explaining. And because I'm here, oh, damn, you ever set a fire mage on fire so hard? That he melted? I guess, as Baron loves to say, everyone's weak to fire. Note to self, maybe setting everything on fire all the time and casting razor wire constantly is not the smartest thing I've ever done. Oh, Scarred Alaska, thank you for topping up the pint glass there. Trying to... I feel a little bit bad because these poor little so-and-sos, they can't leave their little Instaprinter because of the fact that we keep melting them. Okay. So fight for upgrades and chips, fight to reduce the alert level. So that's what this is. Okay. I do like it when they're all in one place. Oh, they all died. Oh, I am absolutely wrecking face here. I'm not even say, am I the baddie? I'm having a great time. Baddies, of course, famously don't.
It's not your fault somebody printed them in PLA instead of ABS.
Did that just go over my head? Am I a dingus? Am I a stupid? I think I might be. Okay, we are seriously wrecking face now. Okay, we'll take the diffraction because I can't upgrade my spells any further. Ooh! A vault fight. High reward but increased alert level. But we just brought our alert level down, so fuck yeah. I really need razor wire right now. Shit. Still not enough. Oh, don't do this to me. Not bad. This guy's got so many debuffs on him, but... Sorry. Okay. So it's 3D printer filament. PLA is soft, and it melts at lower temperatures. Okay. Actually, quick question. I'm not considering getting anything, but which is the kind of 3D printer that's okay to use in enclosed spaces? Because I always get them mixed up. Oh, okay, well, he teleported me, which is illegal. So I enjoy getting a wind Hadouken. Toxic Mist, that's the one. Duplicate the last item you received. Oh, yes. So the Platinum Padlock is anytime we stack anything, we get more additional shields. So, Corporate Archmage. The doors of the test chamber seal behind you. Workbenches and centrifuges have been cleared away to make space for a charade of corporate... Alright, my dyslexic ass is having a small divide by zero, so we're going to say a fancy word of corporate mages. And floating gracefully in the air, a mage in designer robes who can only be their boss. You've caused quite enough trouble for my researchers. Young, she regards you through air glasses. Treated so that she can see the ambient manner in the air. Individual. Her orb interface floats above her palm, the rune work on it non-visual, mathematical, and totally beyond you. Interns, shackle your souls to me, please. A chorus of murmurs goes up, but the interns set to their wrist computers, performing a profane rite as if it's just another day in the office. I proclaim a wizard's duel, says the Archmage, voice soft and clear. Like a wizard's sleeve. Sorry. And declare my subordinate equivocant to summoned imps and pixies. Girth yourself, bring it on. I prefer to have a little bit more health here. That's really what I can do. Weirdly, that's actually good for me. Introducing Shitloads of Razor Wire, the brand new spell from me. Let's see if I can pull this off. Yeah! Shit. Oh, triple shit. Worried I have come across a situation I can't just solve with the razor wire. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry, but join back. Oh yes, okay. So yeah, so Chauner's asking the follow-up question. So it's not necessarily the printers; it's what materials are fed into them. I assume the ones where it's in like a pool of some kind of liquid chemicals, probably not safe to have in an enclosed environment. This is fine. Oh, okay, I'm having a very hard time now. Alright, no, that's fine. Shit. This might be the end for us. Okay, so what happened there? Sorry, I realised I'm getting super focused on it. So Super Mage locked us in like a stone, like Earthbender style prison, whilst the other one hit us with like a water bomb, which is not cool. Got 4 health left. This is not going good. Okay, that worked a little bit better, but we haven't even scratched her. This might be where our first run comes to an end. And you're right, simple chaos. You know what? I'm doing a lot of whinging for someone who should be using more fire. I mean razor wire. Other Hubbard. Okay, okay. The senior water mage is also healing, which is making them significantly a problem. Okay. But once again, nothing a little bit of fire can't solve. No. We gave it a good shot. You died. Happens to the best of us. Average alert level 3. Fights 117. Events cleared 10. Memories gained 51. Okay. And we get to spend our acquired memories on some good shit. Aeon. Oh, sorry you're on phone at the moment. It feels a bit contrite to say, like, oh, I'm really liking this. Thank you for coming by my sponsored stream. But, I mean, I am. One of the things I like about it is that it feels less kind of mashy-smashy than the later Puzzle Quest things. And when I was first crashing on Ket's couch, he introduced me to Puzzles and Dragons, which was different from the usual Bejeweled where you swap 2 gems. Where you could move a gem anywhere, and it would move other things out the way. But the thing with Puzzles and Dragons is that it was an early, like, Mobage success story. And honestly, like, because they pour so many bullshit unlocks and gacha things at you off the jump, early game, you don't even have to try, you just win. Late game, it's incredibly confusing as to what you're supposed to be doing. Bridget was saying, I have 50 hours in the dev build. I get paid to write, not to play. So I can confirm, it's a very fun game. Yes. And honestly, I mean, I know you know this, but any game that you could work on and also enjoy playing is fucking mad. Ooh. So we get to choose spell domains and we get to choose upgrades. Post-fight rewards include 1 extra bracket. Now we've got 53 memories. Assist level 1. I guess these will put the assist level up. And then these will add paranoia. So I guess these are challenges to give us more goodies. Damien said, enjoying what you're working on? Couldn't be me. Look, I've been lucky. Like, I spent the most amount of time working on Total War games, and they had enough variation and weirdness that I never hated them, even though I was working on them. I did, what was it, 1 week on the German version of Jambo Safari on the Wii. Jambo Safari! And, yeah, no, I can't go back. And I still remember looking into my fellow testers' eyes after the first week they spent doing Sonic Racing with the same songs and the same tracks on loop. It does something to you. But what I'm actually thinking, though, is we get the upgraded spells. So we basically get upgraded Razor Wire off the bat. Caffeine, what and welcome. Dual cart with Puzzles and Dragons. And Puzzles and Dragons, Super Mario Edition. Was it one of those faux cartridges you used to be able to buy down the markets? But anyway, TLDR, it's great to work on games you can also still love playing. It's also fine to make a great game that you never ever want to fucking touch again. Yeah, Nova, if I'm not human, how do you... if I'm not human, how come I can do this? It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Cocked your head to the side and said I'm angry. It's one of the best quotes from What We Do in the Shadows.
No. So what about wizards on drugs?
The drug wizard jail. Ah, beans. Though not actually run by the cops, that one, so not included in ACAB, annoyingly. Oh, so they did a Puzzles and Dragons release on the 3DS. I didn't know that. Anyway, there's a lot of games that basically died on their arse because they were mobile games. There was a pinball RPG that was really fucking good, except for, because of user acquisition spend, you get bullshit OP in the early levels. It's fucking boring. I always find that so funny that, sorry, if you're not familiar with the term, user acquisition spend is how much money a mobile game denotes that you should get in free shit to get you through the door, right? So you boot up the game and they'll give you what would cost you $25 worth of fun coins, and they'll give you free waifus and items and MacGuffins, things that they want you to buy. Which seems fine, you know, give them a free sample, give them a free hit, see what they think. But what it ends up doing is completely overpowering you in that early game where you're still learning what to do. So you never learn what to do because you can just brute force it. Anyway, like I said, Puzzles and Dragons, I can't say I recommend playing the mobile version, but it is fascinating because, again, you take one gem and you move it around, and by displacing the others, you can create this cascade of awesomeness. Okay, so we're going to take that one, and... Alright. We're going to get one spell domain, Jujutsu Kaisen represent. We can have body, cyber, graffiti, music, or unison. Not union. The idea that music and graffiti are two different schools, and considering we were listening to Jet Set Radio, I think it's got to be between those. Domain expansion, Jet Set Radio. Alright, Verdant was quickest, we're having graffiti. All sales are final. Ah, and graffiti's apparently super fun, so there we go. Okay, so friends, bear with me just a second. I just need to take a quick little moment. Okay, so Jet Set Radio. So Sprays of Rage. Let us kick more arse. Alright, I'm absolutely taking Razor Wire though, because that shit rules. Although there is Cal Drops. Razor Wire is powerful because it shoves everybody back. Oh, so jumping back in. So Paperclip is formwork, the dark power of bureaucracy. The games take on forbidden magic. The spells tend to lock down enemies or deal heavy damage, but they drain mana from the match 3 boards as they cost. Thank you. Sorry, and to whoever is behind the official Bridget Jones account. Like, I'm trying to do my best to show off all of the good shit, but what I was just saying to Jess is, like, I really like games like this, and I get tunnel vision-y. So I'm trying to make sure I'm showing off the game, but also I really like them, and sometimes I don't always communicate. Oh, we don't have Fire Tornado to start, though. Okay, so what did we get under... Ooh, so, aside from Paperclip, we know Formwork, which drains the magic around us. Relocate... Synergize. We can't yet do Ally Maximizer. Red Tape did save my ass once. And Wind Slash was very good. Mana Shield was so-so. Spark. Powerful Electric Shock. Actually, so I'm going to take that one. Because I felt like... Oh, Distron, Watto and welcome. I felt like I didn't really use Chameleon Bolt. It didn't really have like a lot of uses except really close up, which we'll use Spark for. And... Yeah, okay, so gain 2 swaps. Feeling it, we did. Furious was extra damage. Let's try Focused. We're in the zone. We're in the zone. Right. Damn, give us a chance to experiment. Zapped and confused. Sorry guys, it's one of those good news, bad news type scenarios. I'm not sure I got hurt there, apart from I ended up hurting myself. Also, did I get my shit upgraded? I have to check that. Okay, at the start of the fight, the closest enemy within 5 tiles is stunned for 1 turn. Multiple tasers can target different enemies. At some point, every air mage has to ask themselves, do I want to memorize thousands of rune modalities, or should I just buy 6 tasers? I can respect that, but we're going to go for a cheeky upgrade. Okay, let's go for some cheeky up-close lightning. So Distron, which game? Firstly, ow. Secondly, get out of here. Oh shit. Oh yeah, sorry it's going up legal style, but fucking hell. Glad it's getting sorted. Apparently, Giantess Playground was stolen by one of its contractors and put up on Steam, and the OG dev has taken them to court over it. Big oof, I believe the younglings would say. Big oof indeed. Damn. So this is proving a little tricky. Ah, wunderbar. Oh, I guess we're if we want to, we can just start collecting tasers. Because there's been like some drama. There's a thing that you were keeping track of, the horror game that got jacked and then AI replaced before it came out. But it's fascinating how this stuff can end up like blowing back up. Well, all I would say is, having seen this kind of stuff explode in the past, hopefully whoever created the title originally and was working with these people had some good contract stuff in mind, otherwise it's going to get messy. Ultimately, so long as the contractor was paid in a formal manner, they should have an easy guise of saying like, no, they are a contractor, I paid them to work on this, they jacked my shit. Or so with like fan projects and stuff like that.
I'm just saying 'cause I'm reading.
Oh.
I'm reading through.
Well, hopefully it's not too much of a mess. God, I'm really missing all of the I'm really missing all of those abilities I had that gave me like a shitload of stuff at the beginning of every turn. Really liked those. Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Ew.
I'm reading the article. They link directly to the game. Use AI for music and UI.
Yeah.
Maybe the AI would fetish on you.
For your contracts, have Discord logs. No. Email with at least a semi-formal agreement. Okay. All right. So, at least I can only speak about like US and to an extent EU stuff. Having contracts for contractors is very, very smart, but not viable at a scale. And also, most folks don't want to burn down every bridge they have. But the smart rule, right? Smart rule is that in an email, you state what the person is going to do and that you are paying them for it. So if later on they decide they want to try and go to court or what have you, you have a little bit of paperwork they've agreed to that says, no, this isn't your project, this is mine, and I'm paying you to do X. And any project that has the possibility of going commercial, you should consider putting something like that in check. It doesn't matter if someone is just doing a logo or something small, because in lieu of a contract, which I know not a lot of us can afford to have a proper bloody contract for all staff. Okay, you are healing a lot. Have you tried being on fire? Because you need to have something that correlates between the money you have sent them and the work that they are doing. Because, like, if you just send someone cash, which is fine, but if you just send someone cash, which isn't ideal, but it does work, then they can turn around and say, oh, well, I thought they just gave me that money as a thank you or as a gift. Like, yo, it can get so messy so fast. Alright, I'm going to take the cat's eye kobold mask so we can possibly buy the next long ship pin if we see it. 6 pairs of feet. I hear you can just use ChatGTP for everything related to the law, contracts, and studios. It was so funny, the the legal email that was doing the rounds of like, absolutely do not use this shit. We don't like the legal precedence is bad, and you can't. The legal precedent is bad, and it means we don't own anything. So yeah, and Distron, I don't mean to jump on you on that one. Just like, I'm sure everybody working on the projects will understand. If just like, look, I gotta do some emails and some stuff like that. I'm not trying to tell you that you are wrong. It's just the thing that you have told me has worried me deeply on a fundamental level. It's like I am worried is more the case. You know, I have heard and dealt with quite a few horror stories, especially in like indie circles and stuff like that. Because I always forget the name of it was like Star Mazers or something along those lines, that ended up having the worst time because one of their contractors went a little bit loopy. I'm trying not to make... It seems like that individual went through some like serious nonsense. And I'm trying not to, you know, make light of that in any way. But in the same breath, they filed a DMCA strike against the game, which seems ridiculous, right? Except for there wasn't a clear precedence in that they were just a contractor. So when they pulled that nonsense, there was very little that could be done quickly. I mean, to be honest, like, as much as, like, PayPal is a vehicle of evil, I'm not trying to pretend like it's good in any way, shape, or form. Back up? No. Fuck. PayPal's very good because it's doing like invoicing and transfers and things like that. And yes, as Fred says, most of us here are not lawyers. We are not offering specific legal advice or otherwise. Oh! I'm so sorry, friends. I thought because of the roguelikiness of this, we weren't going to be getting new info on Fox. So I apologise for skipping the last screen. Anyway, you've seen the reports brought and paid for about the rabid fox. Security shots of her fading into a red gleam paired with images of ransacked labs and luxury apartments. Talking heads are furious about her existence. A clear shot of her face has never been caught, but the propaganda channels named her based on a token that left at the scene of several crimes, a red pin in the shape of a fox's head. When scanned, the pins are full of anarchist screeds. You catch up with Fox in the far end of the bay. She hasn't made much distance yet. She greets you with a two-finger tap on the brim of her cap. Not smiling. She's still cautious. Hey RF, love your work. Fox rolls her neck, and you sense she's working out the slight stress of dealing with your bullshit. The media gave me that name because they're afraid of me. You, on the other hand, are just an asshole. You shrug, the ghost of a grin pulling across your face. After a beat, you see the corner of her mouth quirk slightly. Yeah, okay. It gets my goat. It makes me sound stupid, violent, and aimless. You know, like a firework with no real plan as to who's going to be scrubbed before the night is over. Hello! Oh, okay, so the Fox dialogues are a spine narrative that continues between runs. Thank you. She raises her eyebrows, looking you up and down. All right, the thief can give as good as she gets, but, you know, at least they're scared of me. Smart of them. She unclips the bag. And she doesn't hate sparring with people. Good to know. Okay, so why is my balance in the negative? Was I talking shit? Oh shit, I just found unstable fire.
I beg your pardon. I'm doing just fine today. Okay?
Glass bird. You can fly. Can't afford it. Gain 2 swaps. Ah, that would be very powerful. Is there anything else I can sell? Yes! Alright. We're tunes now. Execute trade. Okay. So we now get 2 plus 2 swaps. Let's fucking go. Anyway. The thing about a lot of indie development is it's not always the best setup legally, because you do not have the funds to do everything contractually as you should. But, you know, cover your ass as best you can. And so I told you my stepdad worked at a recording studio, right? Above the door, they had the famous phrase marked, which I did not understand for most of my childhood, which was, in God we trust, everyone else pays cash. And I don't know if there's a better indie equivalent of that, which is, you know, we are all homies in the indie collective, but fuck you, pay me. Well, fuck you, my stepdad works for Xbox and got me the newest Halo. Shit, it's way better. What was it I said during Fortnite?
What haven't you said during Fortnite?
Well, I've said some horrible things.
Well, not cancelable things. Just,
Oh yeah, no, not horrible.
just specify. You can't just say that.
Yeah, you're right. I should specify. I think the most recent one I said, which was truly awful, was what? Tell your dad's new wife I say hi. You're the reason your mother drinks. Okay. But anyway, yeah, so jumping back, just doing things to cover yourself as best you can with the resources you have is very, very good. Okay. Sorry, it was tell your dad's new wife I say hi. Yes, implying that the child which I have done battle with on Fortnite and slain is not only the product of, but the reason for their parents' failings. I didn't. It was not a nice thing to say. The game does not bring out the. It does not bring out the best in me as a person, but it brings out my literary creativity in a way very few games ever have. I mean, okay, the greatest insult that I have heard in recent memory is still, "You are not your dog's favorite person." And I don't think anyone's ever going to be able to come up with anything more powerful than that. Okay, there we go. Okay. Nova says, I still enjoy watching Lance's horrified face as he read the dead dad joke from me. Those of us in the club do have to have a little bit of humour about it. I had a little joke this morning where I was taking some photos of the Cosmic Crowbar stuff I got sent, which you will be pleased to know that afterwards Jess took the phone away from me and took better pictures. But I was having moments like, oh, got to crop dad out of that shot. Yeah, and again, this run, it's just because Discord chat logs can be lost. Emails are always on your side, and so long as they state very clearly that people are working for you or doing specific stuff, then it's spot on. Legal stuff's kind of like body armor, in that you should never need it. However, some preventative measures can be helpful. And unfortunately, no matter how good it is, it can always be ruined by a rich white man. But that's a story for another day. I just want to point out that they are actually using the undead here as a form of office. Well, I shouldn't say office, as a form of well, let's call it what it is, slave labor. The only thing I've got to work on in this is some kind of, like, healing all the ilk. My survivability is really where I'm failing. It's true in life as well as video games, everybody. Oh, sorry, that was the example I was going to come back with, is any kind of implemented art assets or stuff like that, make sure you always pay for them. The story I remember was, I shan't name the project, but it was quite successful. And at first it was just like a little indie thing. Oh, a liquid sorbet. I mean, a soft drink. A basic soft drink with an infamously memorable campaign. I can do that. Yeah. Slave labor? What is this? The Saudi Investment Fund. Too real, too real. Just like sports washing. Okay. To start off with a mana explosion. Enjoy razor wire. There was an old phrase of monkeys at typewriters. Maybe the same should be said for zombies, as neither situation seems tenable. And incredibly messy. Like, exceedingly messy. Wizard cops have got it in for me again. Tonight on Wizard Cops. But yeah, anyway, the story in question was somebody did logo design for a project, and then the project out of nowhere started doing really good, and so the individual in question tried to claim that not only had they done loads, but they were also very much responsible for a lot of the creative decisions of the project, as in making a case that they should be getting, you know, a revenue split. Whereas in fact all they had done is some logos. Thankfully, the person had been paid clearly and in full, so that managed to get shut down. Oh no, Fanciest Penguin, that's just because I'm playing like a complete loon. So this is the Torment Hexus. Not Nexus, Hexus. This came out today in early access. We have been very kindly sponsored to play this video today. I'm having a bloody good time with it, although I'm having to remember to talk because I just want to ignore you all and play the fucking game. Oh, I hope this is on the deck. You play a mage hacker trying to bring down this shitty cyberpunk evil corporation by any means necessary. And one of my favorite spells in this is a bundle of fucking razor wire. Gain that after each kill. Ooh. The next fight will have 2 extra champions, but better rewards. I kind of want that one, but more mana after kill will save my ass. So it's a hacker run in Rogue Legacy. What you did there, I saw it. Chester, Watto, and welcome. Fancy Penguin, all of you. Okay. So yeah, my guy has a spell where he literally cast a bundle of razor wire. It does a pushback on ground enemies and hurts anyone who tries to move through them, giving me loads of time to do more nefarious things with my spellbook. So yeah, it is a proper punk cyberpunk game. It's fucking good. Also, if you were around for it, this is the same individual who made Waves of Steel, which was very, very good. Okay, so we'll do Rage Spray here. Up into this. And then, damn. Hope you'll enjoy having the worst time. So Six Pairs of Feet says it's always worth negotiating at least a 0-1 revenue split. That way when the project takes off and does gangbusters, you get a few $100. Okay, so let's say you're starting a project with the homies. Just an initial conversation agreeing to like a vague revenue split can be really, really good. It's that thing of like, you should never work for free, but if you and your homies decide that you're going to make a game because you want to, for passion and creativity and all that, then fuck yeah. You know, go for it. Because sometimes that's the kind of team that can put something together that can really make a difference, make a lot of cash. The problem can be is that group of homies stops being a group of homies when real money is involved. And I don't just mean like a couple of $100 here and there. Like, for example, what happens if you and your friends make a Vampire Survivors, a Stanley Parable, a DayZ? Like, you go from having no legal framework to suddenly there being possibly millions of dollars. So yeah. Ah, and this one, that's fascinating. Can't get a shot on them though. Wrap them up in red tape. Okay. A rust plague. Threatles robots, causing them to lose their turn and half their health. Ooh. What kind of spell is that? Earth spell. You know what? I'll take it over teleport. Because I mean, we're coming up literally against robots. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I can tell I'm getting a little bit snowblind because I apologize for skipping through that last one. It was an area where if we continue moving through the warehouse area, we will absolutely get spotted. So we cut through the bathrooms, not the back rooms. They open on both ends, connected to the warehouse floor by a series of tilted corridors. You've worked jobs like this before. They should be empty until the chime sounds for the end of the hour comfort break. That is, unless someone else has the same idea as you. Next. At the brushed steel counter, a person in the aspirational power suit of a floor manager is fixing their makeup. Their eyes are haggard and drawn. They're swaying on their feet. Hang in there, just a few more hours. We have to hit quota. Their eyes drift, watering. God, what am I doing here? So our choices are swipe the security pass, floor managers have to take it, and ghost out the shadows and tell them they should quit. Yeah, you should quit your job, sweetie. You step into the sight light of the mirror. They start, but you approach slowly and they settle a little, gauging their reaction. You set a hand on their shoulder. You should quit, you tell them. No job is worth this, you tell them. It's not just you. Think about the pain and exhaustion of everyone on this shop floor. And for what? So that one day you can sit in a meeting and nod when Scombat Mazik says that we should charge a subscription fee for clean air. I know this isn't what you wanted for your life, you tell them. Surprising yourself, it's not what anyone wants. There are other ways to find a living. They pay less, but they hurt less too. You gesture for it, and they offer up their slimline wrist computer. You scribble a few names of vaguely remembered resources. Grey jobs, government work crews, people who've helped you scrape a living after you got out of the military. Ooh, law. You leave the floor manager staring at their shoes, deep in thought. Maybe they'll quit. Maybe they won't. But laying it out like that, hitting all the reasons for why Braxicelian tech psychological's existence is unjustifiable. It has your mind thumbing with the clear, cool certainty. I'm where I need to be. Yeah. Well, and Scotty, I just wanted to say, not Scotty, Vershi, jumping back what to say is that, like, it is possible for a squad of homies, even in the indie space, to hit it big and stay friends and make it happen. Or maybe not necessarily stay friend, and maybe not necessarily continue working together, but, like, for example, and I don't think anybody talks about this, Stanley Parable did great. All right? William Pugh continued to work on the Stanley Parable and other stuff over at Crows. Davey Renton did the Beginner's Guide and recently the Tea-Shop game about burnout. Like, I don't know what their agreements are legally. I don't know what's going on. I don't think they work together. But it is possible. But it's just, you know, when everybody's desperate and suddenly that big ticket comes down the line, yeah. You can't truly know who someone is until the stakes are that high. Oh. Okay, so the different CEOs have different dialogue lines. Yeah, no, money does weird shit to people, Scotty, 1000%. And the thing that no one tells you about that is that it's not like how it's shown to you when you're a youngling. Everyone convinces themselves that they are right, that what they're doing is just. You know, that's the thing that always gets me. There's no, at least sometimes if people are just honest being like, yeah, I just like some more cash, I kind of like respect it more. Okay, but this is Sombat Mazgyuk, the CEO of Braxillatech Psychologicals. First she says, not me, I can never be corrupted by money. My buddy Midas and I are above the influence of money. Maybe even above the influence of money more than the gods. Well, I've met some folks who've made it big, and they're not rampant dickholes. It is possible. You know? On the subject of, I had a long conversation with Rami a few years back about old Notch. And I just asked him straight, because Rami and Notch used to be pretty good homies. And I was like, I gotta ask, mate, like, what happened? And it was interesting the story he told, just because, like, I'm not saying that we should suddenly have a pity for the guy. He certainly turned into a massive dick. But also, the amount of people who came out the woodwork, like, for one part, he was, for one brief moment, he was doing an events hosting company, partying in fucking Hollywood. Like, the amount of people that came out of the woodwork who was suddenly his best friend, suddenly grabbing for everything. He could no longer pass, like, who was a homie and who was just there to just bleed him dry. Now, he didn't do himself any favors, you know. He moved into one of the most predatory places in the world, famously buying that insanely expensive house. But then, for a brief moment, he was a good bloke. He gave every single person who was on the Minecraft team millions of dollars. Even the bloke had only been there for a couple of weeks. Jammy twat. be fucking nice. So yeah. But unfortunately, like, my personal read on the matter is that he was a bit of a shit, and then he had money and no consequence, and then none of the people in his life either stuck around or could tell him to stop being a piece of shit. And so there was nothing left. The chains were broken. The shitlord was free. And Chester, you get to find that out in real time, and when things go horribly wrong, you get to say that they upsetty forsetti. Ah. So Fanciest Penguin, I mean, rich people find new things to stress about. I just don't stress about real things. No, it's... I mean, it's the Ring of Power, right? I mean, you all know that the ring from Lord of the Rings is based on the philosophical ring of invisibility, which isn't invisibility, but freedom from consequence. Philosophers, the most insufferable brand of human ever to be created. Second only to podcasters. I kid. Most podcasters. You know who you are. But anyway, the idea that there is a magical ring, and if you put on that magical ring, you are free from consequence. You can do anything, and you will never receive consequence from it. And the idea is that that is the ring that will turn you evil. Because it puts forward the philosophical idea that the only reason that we do good is because we are held to this, like, social construct. And if the construct was gone, we'd all just be evil. I would use that ring to steal from arseholes and go buy a gorgeous little like Studio Ghibli style like house. I would steal from terrible people and live very well. But then, like, the philosophical argument is like, if somebody bumped into you and that pissed you off, that you could just beat them with a stick and you would have no repercussions. You would be a menace.
With just the first line alone of that screen, I immediately think of the messages from Cave Johnson reminding us to just ignore that handsome devil you might see that claims to be from the future.
Okay, there is one good CEO, and it's Cave Johnson. Maybe. Oh, absolutely not, now I think about it. He was terrible, but very charming. Bacon, thank you for the bits. How you doing, mate? This is the Torment Hexus, and it's good. Yes, Vershi, and that's my theories in it. It's just, you don't hear about rich people that do good. They don't make the news. But there aren't as many as there should be. Okay. Sorry, so this is our first interaction with this new CEO, which is different from the last one we fought. The training video on the nearby wall display fizzles and cuts out. It's replaced with a video feed of a man in a double-breasted suit jacket, buttoned from the shoulder to the waist. Observed subject engaged in disruption of assets. Athleticism significant, plans dubious. He swivels to face you, neck puppet-like. Have established contact with subject to offer an array of options. Surrender and imprisonment, succeeding to further testing, succeeding to potential release. A holographic interface is projected in front of him. He makes haptic movements with one hand, swiping notes onto the surface of the hologram. Or advancement with current course of action, succeeding to ignominious death. How interesting! Advancement with current course of action followed by ignominious death was what I was going to offer you. He smiles delightedly, hollow cheeks lifting, and laughs. Subject is delightful. Mirroring behavior is exhibited. Functional social skills are evident. Gift of humor, quote, demonstration of inherent conversational absurdities observed and enjoyed by research. So with the previous CEO was the, you don't worry me, I have the best people on this. This is the does not see you as a human, you are test thing. He regards you fondly through a blue filter of his holopad. Really recommend immediate surrender. Would hate to destroy a fine epigrammaticist such as yourself. Dear Bridget Jones, are you trying to kill my little dyslexic arse? You pause to digest that for a second, and the video link fizzles shut. Well, so Minnesota was a myth. One last thing I want to make on that previous conversation is that we have to remember that, there is rich, and then there is the other side of the guillotine. Look, we're playing a punk game, so I don't mind putting my personal politics very much front and center. We live in a caste system. If you are listening to my words, if you genuinely give a shit about the artistic mediums of video games, congratulations, you're fine. You're very much on this side of the guillotine. However, much like the nobles and kings of yore, there is a caste above us, which we are not permitted to be a part of, we are not permitted to be involved with. In our strata, it is possible for someone to be rich, to have acquired a nice big home, and have enough money that they'll never have to worry, But there is a strata above that, When we're having these conversations, I think it's very important to acknowledge that. It's a big yacht and you and I ain't in it. Thank you, Hoffers. Oh, bravo. Vershi, give yourself a dinosaur sticker for that one. We call them the Peter Moller Nouveau Rich. Rich. That's bravo. Because like, old Peter, he had multiple sports cars and millions of dollars. Scotty and Avenger, I see you, but I refuse to acknowledge it. Though I did once buy a friend a Bad Dragon coffee mug as a Christmas present. Because I figured they could take it to work and then if... No, not like that! Came with a free tape measure. Oh... That's the crossover somebody needs to do. Like Dunkin' Donuts and Bad Dragon, like an extra-sized iced coffee.
Have you actually seen their actual size coffee?
Yeah, they're massive. I did not tell you, I tried one when I went out for my dad's funeral. I got maybe halfway through it and I was fucking humming.
I used to buy 2 of those. One was for the drive, of whatever I was doing, and one was just to enjoy once I'm back to where I was going.
Fuck. You're on another level. Another level. Are they? Ah. Well, I'm sure there is an alternative. Nova saying the Bad Dragon people are bad people.
Why? What do they do now?
Considering the product they put forth, I am content that Nova has informed me, and I need no more information.
To Google.
Did it again. Sorry, the heavy lifter seems to push these 2 enemies with. Nova says they'll send you the info in a sec. I do this? What? No! Ugh. Bastard. That's what I get for trying to be fancy. There we go. Alright, that's a little better. I really don't know why it's not letting me... bust out my cool shit. Okay. Alright, enemy power load is almost toast. Though we do still have to... Oh, this is gonna hurt. That's a very clippy paperclip. Well, so Aeon, if you missed it earlier, what the writer was telling us about this is that in this, bureaucracy is dark magic. You know, it is the dark powers that you can weaponize. So bureaucracy spells are very powerful, but they drain the magic from the world. Which I gotta be honest, is pretty fucking cool. Ooh, I felt that in the cheap seats. Lost opportunity not calling it bureaucramancy. But, Fred, we can't give it a cool name. It doesn't deserve it. So let's see what we got. At the start of each fight, all of your spells are 50% charged. Chain Shock, Pride Pin, love it. Rude Gesture, cannot be sold. Or Bloody Watch, you can cast 2 spells per turn or cast 1 spell and then make a match. Do not input until the first spell has been cast. Oh. I hate getting rid of the... I hate not grabbing the Pride Pin. Oh no, Distron. Graffiti is an element. Okay, and we did heal after that, which is good. Yeah, that's extremely powerful. Oof. And that fucking hurt. Alright, alright. But yeah, so far the only graffiti spell that we have gives us an area of, like, increased damage attack. Okay, being able to cast 2 spells a turn is wildly powerful. But yeah, now, because I've used Bureaucracy, you notice these two, these are grayed out. That means they can match, but they won't give me mana for it. Move out of these bloody bombs. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Hopefully I can kill this guy before I die. Ooh! Lovely. Okay. An upgrade chip. And a Mother of Pearl. Increases max HP but not current. Thematic command. Okay, no, this one. Okay, we get to increase Ignite. Oh. Okay. Maintenance corridors across and overlap. This wing of Braxicline Tech's Psychological Labs has been shut down pending a Oh, okay. Ah, okay. So we're going to hunt the creature down. So this is the one that we found earlier. This is an escaped cybernetic chameleon that is hiding in the unregistered areas. Problem is, we do not know where it is, or even how it is. So we've got to try and set ourselves up for success. But yeah, sorry, for those of you who came in late, if you've got any questions about this game, or, like, where it's coming from, please ask. I'm definitely starting to get to the point where I'm having a great time with this, obviously, but I'm starting to get a little snowblind. Oh, got him. Okay, so our choices are another upgrade chip. Okay, cool. But on this side, we have grounding injection, gain energy after each kill. And then this one, yeah, plus shark. If you take more than 15 damage during a fight, recover 5 at the end of the fight, and then transform this item. because trans rights are human rights. Fumbled that one. It is the blahage in all but name. Okay, it's go time. What does the item transform into? Friend, we will find out together. God, bastard's gonna trap me in here. Okay. Please enjoy this additional complimentary razor wire. No. Sorry. Dustin said I was going to make a Culture Club Karma Chameleon joke. Boy George is full AI? How? Why? How? You know what? And part of me is almost kind of fascinated. Like, how? Ugh. Yeah, I'm kind of getting very exploded here. It's not going according to plan. Apparently not retired enough. Oof. That is a lot of bombs. That is too many bombs. Yeah, all we can do is just try and get away from some of these. What the hell? What in the ever-loving Bomberman fuck is going on? Okay, so these are prototype essence. Splits into 2 copies with equal health whenever it takes damage. I've got to walk over my own razor wire? That's not fair. Pretty sure that's illegal. The only solution is, of course, more razor wire. I mean, I don't think there's anything else we can do. This would be amazing if I was the one laying all the bombs. There's something else here. Bombing our shit. Okay, I don't know if we're going to make it out of this alive. There they are, little fucking bastard. Right, first things first, razor wire, as always. Oh, thank the fucking gods.
Is that short?
It's actually the blahage. If you take more than 15 damage during a fight, recover 5, then it transforms. Because trans rights are human rights. No, I do not want synergize as a spell. By the 9. Okay. Oh, sorry. Formwork centralization. Censor then magic. Oh, Fred, it is called buromancy. Refusing to let the murmurs of buromancy change you. Okay, I might be fuck it after this one. They have taken all but our spells. Okay, hang on. Is there a way so I can see my... Okay, here are my items. Okay, so it transforms into a pink shark from a blue shark. Okay. Okay, whenever enemies die, they leave behind a bomb that explodes after one, hitting adjacent tiles. So it's my ability that's creating 1 squillion bombs. That's probably bad. So yeah, so 6 Pairs of Thief, I thought we were doing a bit, but you might be right. It might actually have been the razor wire. Oh, it bloody is. Okay, it is my turn to be the Mad Bomber. Sorry, in Bomberman Tournament, Mad Bomber mode was you got knocked out, but you got to fly around the edge of the map and drop like bombs here and there. Okay, high quality items more frequently. Alert plus level 2. Yeah, let's make it spicier. Okay. Oh yeah, no, Fred. The fact that I keep being trusted with large amounts of highly volatile magic is an oversight on someone's part. Oof. Ooh. I am in severe pain. The only thing they're giving me is buromancy. And that's a good point. If it's off stream, then Nova's not responsible for it. So yeah, it seems to be that if I kill just about anything, including allies, it drops a bomb. Ally. And DJ Coil, the puppies are extremely welcome. How are you, friend? How are the little uns? Except for possibly giving almost all of the longship puppy fever. He's probably still going to get us with a hit, but... Oh, wait, no. He's a... Sorry, friends. I don't mean to keep failing at conversation. I may have to bring our adventures to a close in a little bit, because while I am thoroughly enjoying this, I am failing at speech, because I am very playing this quite a lot. DJ calls the puppies are in the middle of their 8-week evaluation. They're going to see who has a who has a future in showbiz.
Yay.
It's the little fighty one that we do not have the funds or the space to be able.
It's purely in our imagination.
It's purely in our imagination, but we did both pick out one of the puppies that we would adopt if we could. Will has to do a saving throw for speech a little bit. Which is why I don't stream a lot of like match 3 games and stuff like that. It's because I really fucking like it. Okay, apropos of nothing, there's an alternate timeline where the whole what am I supposed to do here? Where the whole puzzle quest. Oh shit. Nah, I'm fucked. The whole Puzzle Quest series kept doing the whole thing where you can do anything with puzzles, which would have been really cool. DJ Court says, Fighty 1 is probably going to be a pet home. He is a delight. Oh no, I understand, like, most of them will be going to loving homes. You can't, like, unless you have a huge estate, you can't be raising that many dogs. Baron says, I got the test results in. There's no easy way to tell this, but you're British. It's fatal. Like 40 more years. Fuck. I knew it. You know, honestly, Baron, I was too scared to take the test to find out, but in my heart of hearts, I knew. Yeah, so 6 pairs of feet. The dying walls were summoned by others, but I killed them because the wall is considered an independent, thus an enemy. So I kill it, it drops a bomb. Same with my razor wire. The bombs are an ally, so I can't hurt them, but they will explode and hurt me. So, good night, Splody Prince. Also, I don't know if you saw Baron. We're actually in this game. There's a little Longshipian logo. We're officially canon. We're known for being very boisterous. Nah, it's all over. It's all over. Because even if I kill the mage up there, I've still got to take these guys out, and I'm just surrounded by explosions. Unless I walk into my own razor wire. So fucked. But this is the price I pay for being fucking awesome, you know. Oh, and Baron, sorry I didn't respond to it, but I saw your message about Silverfish and sitting in the dark waiting for the siren to pass. Is it weird that that's one of my favorite bits of Silverfish? Because I really enjoyed Stalker 2, but the emission storms are so, like, they're so whatever and chips. And the emission storms were one of the scariest fucking things in that game. Yeah. Hoisted by our own explodey petard. And yes. Okay. I'm going to bring our adventures to a close in just a second, friends, because I think 2 good runs of this was fucking brilliant. Also, I do want to read out the little disclaimer on the first emission storms. That's called the day after beans and rice. And yeah, if there's enough penetration, you can kill 2 enemies with 1 bullet. Okay, so it says, this is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real persons, living or dead, is coincidental. Any feelings you may be struggling with about the topics portrayed herein are a matter for you and your therapist. Actually, no, Jonas, the blahage kept me alive. It was the fancy bit of Japanese stationery that turned everything into explosion, I think. So, firstly, I guess thank yous are in order. Today was a full-on sponsored stream. You'll know that times are fucking hard as shit. So being thrown money to not only show off a video game that's fucking cool, but also support our homies and also get to yell about, you know, the glories of CEO murder and trans rights and everything in between. It's really fucking good, you know. Yeah, for a 5-hour stream, it's not bad. I just, the reason why I don't want to start another run at this point is because I will just end up, like, tunnel visioning, ignoring all of you lot, and just kind of drooling softly out of one side of my mouth. But, like, friends, this came out in early access today, you know. If you want to pick up a match 3 game that actually has some biting social commentary and isn't just toothless posts on Blue Sky, here the fuck it is. Alright? Also, friends, if you can, like, pick it up, leave a review, or at very least throw it on wishlist. Like, tell folks about this. You know, we are at that time in the world of video games where the only real way in which people learn about games is people yelling about them. And how will people know not to make the Torment Hexus if they don't play the Torment Hexus? That's a question you're going to ask yourself. Yeah. So, seriously though, like, to our TMA Games team, thank you kindly for sponsoring this scene. To the Bridget Jones official account, thank you for coming and hanging out and giving us, like, a few details that I would have missed. This has been fucking marvelous. As for what Nova is alluding to, so friends, tomorrow is my birthday. All right. I'm still healing from, we'll call it dental work. You don't need the gory details. But while I will be sober, I will also be celebrating. As for tomorrow, I'll see how I'm feeling. I kind of want to have some marble battles and, I don't know, maybe I'll be super selfish and show off whatever I want to play. Am I taking the day off? I like doing this. Making me take time off is the real challenge. So look, if you want to come and by tomorrow, I will see how I am feeling and what mischief we will get up to. But nothing's stopping me throwing an edible down my neck. True, but that just makes me want to go have a nap. Scotty, my weed tolerance, because it is legal in Washington State, where I reside, is still so babyish that I wake up high the next day and I'm just like, I do not want to do a fucking thing. Which is lovely when one has the time. So yeah, friends, come on by for that. Yeah, if you haven't already, also check out Entropy on Steam. The folks at DreadX and Lovely Hell Place asked me to do like a big old chunky playthrough of their early access launch as well. So it's been back to back to back for me, all right? Which I'm so grateful for. Note to self, message the shark dentist.
And your face still there.
Yeah! So if you have a look at the dev stream over on the Entropy page, there's my face. Doing a thing.
Is it the bottom? Is the number on the bottom of the amount of people watching it? Or like,
yes, but Steam counts anyone who's just ambiently on the page.
I mean,
Let's have a look.
Pretty nice number.
Is it 69?
It's way bigger than that.
That's just how I'm sitting.
Oh.
Oh, 300. Ooh. Well, there we go. You know, well, Nova, I mean, you know I'm a warrior. I love doing this, and I feel I do not do enough for you all. So I try to. Because, I mean, friends, look at what we got to play today. This was my job. This was the profession upon which I pay my rent. Playing fucking awesome games and talking about cyberpunk shit and everything in between. Like, let's fucking go. I am the luckiest twat I know. But I was like, hey, I'm the workaholic here. And also, the schemer. Oh, and Baron, I know I keep saying this, but once the Hawkins Spectacular is out the way, it's tower time. Tower time. I'm thinking, like, as soon as the Hawkin thing is done, we'll start planning our practice run, and then for fucking sure. I know I've been saying that for 2 years now, but I mean it. I mean it. What else to say? No, that's it. Come on by for birthday stream tomorrow. Have a sip of the workahol. Distron, just message me about it. Although, message me like September, start of October. Basically, so we had the video made on Sunday with this one. My birthday's tomorrow. Yay! Then it's Gamescom PAX, then the Hawkin event. So I am just going to be glassy-eyed for several weeks. But no, I'm more than happy to talk about it, and we'll work something out. All right. Dustin, I'm hoping you play. I'm hoping you enter the tower. But that's another story. So, friends, thank you so much for coming with me. Please grab a copy of the Torment Hexus. Tell people about it. Crash some CEOs. Have some fun with it. Don't make my mistake and make infinitely replicating razor wire bombs. Which were working great until I was trapped in my own little corner with all of my own bombs. That was where I fucked up. So, to that end, I would like to thank the following people thoroughly. Alright. Because, hey, this is what you lot did on top of co-sponsored stream. Fucking legends. So, to Navalis and Wraith, Jet Set, Big Blue Heron, Scotty Doggy, Goodnight Rage, fucking Flavor 6, The Game, which I have now lost, Relu, Bridget Jones Official, Neo Shadow, and Wasp Shark, Nightmare Fuel, whether you were the recipient of a gifted sub, celebrating 93 months, or everything, like, seriously, thank you. Alright, there were a lot of tier 3s and tier 2s today. To Akari, Shitaru, J-Post, Down Under Dwarf, Vershi, Scotty Doggy, Bacon Avenger, Scarred Alaska, and the Holy Boss Crusader, like, seriously. Bits and donations. Keep me alive. 1 million thank you. And last but by no means least, to our industrious moderation team who have been on it like a car bonnet, to Nova and Caffeine, to Moose and Tal, like, thank you for your help. Seriously. Like, seriously. Okay? Right. Yeah, you bloody terrors. There's this weird thing where suddenly a bunch of friends who don't know each other are all playing the same game. And I'm all like, where? Ah, piss the bed. Oh, just Barry's playing a game I want to play. I don't want to spoil. I'll explain that to you later. Right. You are going over to Dan Jones's house because he's playing Zomboid, and thanks to our nightly playlist, I've got the Zomboid itches again as well. Oh, though I had an idea. Sorry, whilst we're raiding them over there, get you a USB hub and a tiny keyboard. that should allow to hook up to the monitor for the Steam Deck, so you could actually play Zomboid. Because I'm right in saying, like, Project Zomboid, friends, you need a dedicated server to play multiplayer of any kind, not just co-op, right? Right? Oh, and Distron, I remember that slot of everyone playing the 11th hour. I figured there must be some YouTube channel that puts out a video that kind of inspires everyone. But yeah. So I shall pass you over, friends, to Hero to the People, Dan Jones. Yeah. If I start trying to match 3 around the apartment, just put a little blanket over me. Gently shuffle me into the bedroom. Come on, Grandad. Those 3 don't go together. Oh, but the sugar packets. Oh, okay. Isn't that nice? All right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. I will see your beautiful selves tomorrow. Don't make the Torment Hexus. And to be continued. Nova says do it anyway. All right, friends.